Namaskar, good morning, good day. Salam alaikum. Vanakkam, Sat Sri Akal, Namaskaram. This is Engineer Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India on this day, end of August 31, 2020, regarding issues related to everything, particularly engineering, and of course, some interconnection is there, various general issues, but engineering is most important. Engineering management, organizations, quality safety, soil, concrete, and whatever is practically possible for dissemination of information to public and to engineering community. Though engineering community knows everything well, but just refreshing is no problem. Refreshing is life. If we can refresh that, that's fine, very well. And this is I'm fellow of Institution of Engineers India, Institution of Engineers, this called institution, and this is fellow. This is my number of fellowship, and this is my title of Chartered Engineer India. Previously was Professional Engineer. This charter is corporate charter. This charter is royal charter, or you can say government charter. It's a parliament charter. This is charter of 1935, granted to Institution of Engineers India by then government of King George V. Statutory charter, constitutional charter, whatever you can call it. Social information. I'm back here. Morning, gentlemen, and remembering my past, your past, is also very important. Sometimes it helps. We should not forget past that brought us to this level where we are today. By whatever means we are today here by this level. And this is life memory. We should not forget. We should respect it, because by this ink and paper we have come up only by ink and paper, not by computer. Those who come only by computer, they are defective people. Writing is very important. Ink is very important. Writing, when you write something by hand, it enters your mind. And you don't write something by hand, it doesn't enter your mind. It processes, or you can say, it programs what I think. And now also computer and software. Another file I show you now, which every day I show you. I had to amend this, but cannot find time to amend that. I'll do it. You can say it's something you should say that we talk daily, and let we remind everybody that we talk daily about something and something. So this is COVID, and this is this may be called after virus, but people say what this is: engineering, management, and systems, and changes. Engineering is change. Changes means engineering and organization, and challenges and human thinking, only a result, and then general concrete specifications, total systems, quality structure, and soil engineering, reports, FILEX, and all that, This current subjects, but no limitation to subjects. We can talk whatever comes to mind and whatever is demanded by those very limited community people all over the world. I am not getting response from considerable people, no problem. It's time. If people have no interest in this talk, even if one person is getting interested, it's okay. And even if no one is interested, no problem. It's time that brings people, and it's time that people like something or don't like something. It's not in my hands. It's in the hands of those public all over the world. It's not to one country. This talk is for all the world. And as far as quality is related, it's for engineering, and engineering means all world. It's a refreshing of quality, refreshing of safety, refreshing of every issue which is important. Regarding COVID-19, I talked at length yesterday in evening, particularly for our country, but it is not limited to our country. It's worldwide. COVID is worldwide. It's acting very successfully. Actually, though it's against humanity, but Humanity is also against nature. So what I can say, if COVID acts against humanity and human acts against nature, so this equation is final. Means both. This is whatever we call it, scientists may call it, but nothing happens without permission of God. That's also true. In Bharat, we have saying that even a tree leaf cannot sway without permission of God. Nothing can happen. I cannot take breath. I cannot breathe without permission of God. I cannot do anything without permission of God. That is what we believe, and it is not question of belief. It's a fact. If God, in whatever form, whatever name we take, that's up to us. But whoever is there, in whatever form, whatever energy, God is there. That's why this universe is working, and we have never seen universe stop. Have you seen this world stop sometime? No. Answer should be no, because there is not a single second that, or a fraction of a second, that world stops sometime. I don't remember in my lifetime. Maybe if you remember, you can respond. The world stopped that moment. Yes, seasons come, seasons go. People come, people go. The material is broken, that happens. There may be destruction by nature, there may be calamities by nature, but it's moving despite all that. It's good, means it's moving, means I cannot say it's bad, it's good. Let it move, because moving is life, and moving is everything. And if it's moving, it's bloody, it's fine, I should not say bloody, means it's very fine that it's moving, and life moves means we are moving, and stationary state is not good one, because stationary state takes you to septicity or to stagnancy. So movement is always good, it refreshes, and it energizes and re-energizes everyone. If air doesn't move, it becomes suffocated. It suffocates us with carbon dioxide, and it also suffocates itself with humidity and everything. And wind is there, with work of wind on air reduces quantity of humidity, and work of sun in air evaporates that water presence. So everything is linked to other one. So many agencies of nature work on earth, on human, and human respond accordingly. When we get humidity, we feel itching everywhere and we feel uncomfortable, but it works. We also get benefit of that. The sun goes into our body, sun rays go into body, vitamin D goes into body, which recirculates our blood system, refines this. So there are benefits as well. We take oxygen and nitrogen from our air, and we grow up on that, and even your plants, your greenery comes from that. So this is a system, and it works like that. Just like in body, it's complete engineered product. I say every day, our body is an engineered product. We do not realize that, but if you think on that, not like a doctor, like a common person. Doctors, they are experts on treatment, but they are also person, they are also human. If they think that this is very big, long, very designed, strong designed product, it's a plant, complete plant. We take plant in kilometers by kilometers for even small item, a small product extraction, but this is a plant which extracts that plant, and this is limited to 180 centimeter maximum, or 200 centimeter length maximum, by maybe 60 centimeter wide. So this is very small size, but its power is very extensive, extremely extensive. If we have to learn from something that exists, I think best one is self, machine of humanity. If you have to learn something, I think this is best. I mean to say, every human body is best to learn, because it gives answers to every question. This gives answers to every question, because this system stops forever either, or it never stops. There's such a system, means it doesn't need any electrical energy, it doesn't need anything, but it keeps on moving. If just fuel in, that's it. And its fuel is food and water. It's fuel in a limited one quantity, means not very big quantity. Your body is calling, if you measure a volume of our body, just I'm talking about scale of food we are taking. If you measure volume of body, I think you can measure it as no problem. You will find that, let us say 2 meters, let us say 2 meters length, and you may say 60 centimeters, so 2 meters into 0.6 is equal to 1.2 square meter. And if you take this way, for 50 centimeter, 1.5 square meter into 0.75 cubic meter, and you can say 0.75, you take about 60% of the 0.75, so it's somewhere of 0.4 cubic meter. So this 0.4 to 0.5 cubic meter volume contains such a system which can stir whole world. Just think of what I am saying. I have worked out approximate quantity of this volume wise. I say this body is around 0.4 cubic meter. In this body I am living and you are living approximately quantity, and our blood is working in that, our bones are working in that, and I'm working in that, you are working in that. So we are just like equipment made of so quantity, and weight is also very limited. See, a 0.4 cubic meter, I say 0.4 cubic, or let's say 0.5 cubic meter, let's say on the higher side. 0.5 cubic meter is equal to, let us say 100 kilogram or 80 kilogram. You can say 0.5 cubic meter is 80 kilogram, means for 1 cubic meter is how much? 160 kilogram. So 160 kilogram per cubic meter or 150 kilogram per cubic meter is our density. We are much lighter, 150 kilogram per meter cube, which is much lower than water. But we dip in water even then. That's just, really ridiculous. Means we are so lighter than water. Water is 1,000 cubic meter or 1,000 kilogram per cubic meter, and we are only one cubic, you can say 1 cubic meter 80, or 80 kilogram. 150. So light we are in comparison to water, but even then we die, we drown, because it is stationary measurement in state of equilibrium, but there we are in dynamism and in no controls. What I am saying is nature teaches us. Nature teaches us by its universal physical work, which it has done in forms of solar system as well as planetary mechanism, and also this living work. This is not physical. Human is not physical. Human is physical plus spiritual and soulistic, but physical is also not just bodily physics. This is dynamic, never stopping body movement, because since birth until death we always keep changing compositions of our body, which we do not understand, because it expands to that height and then de-expands gradually within. Means you are shrinking every day. Everyone shrinks in certain age. You may say post your young age or post 40 or 50 years of age, we start shrinking in, and until that we start growing in. So this is a curve, you can say, starts at birth time, there is 0 or something, and at termination time it will be dead, means not working. And within this gap of birth and that, there is a complete growing, never lasting build up of your body, and till age of some age, let's say growing age, it goes up and then start diminishing down and comes to us. So there are so many stages of body never stops working. Blood always keeps us flowing in circulation. Nose never stops, it works on breathing. Eyes never stop, it keeps on watching. Mind never stops, it keeps on thinking and doing something to whatever scale. And we eat every day, we live every day, we hear every day, every time. So we can learn a lot from natural engineering of body. And how many bodies are there? Not one. 8 billion bodies of human being, and I know how many billions of other creatures. So see designs and factory, how powerful factory of God is. industrial human industrial production, you can say human industrial production, or you can say non-human industrial production. Is it not joking? You see, you may say it's just today what's happened is talking. I'm not talking, I'm just reminding, I'm just refreshing what is happening, what is where. We are all part of nature, we are all part of God, we are all subject of God. God has every right to treat us or to, you can say, destroy us, or to we feel that this is sad or this is condolable. For God, it's a process. It's the same thing as if you use some metal in the industry and throw it out as scrap, or you use it as salvage. It depends up to you. So we have to learn how system works, how nature works. I can consider nature as my teacher since my childhood, because I know nature works according to some system devised for it. It doesn't work according to its own choice. It has been established under some principles and it works accordingly. And if it doesn't work, then there is an out of balance in nature, then something else happens, which rarely happens, maybe in millennium. And our body is very temporary, but very perfect body. And this body we should respect, keep healthy, and keep it tension-free, stress-free, stain-free. And our young modulus of body should be very strong. Young modulus of elasticity in mechanism, in theory of structure, applied mechanics, we learn young modulus of elasticity, stress over strain is this. So here is also young modulus of elasticity, or young modulus of flexibility, or young modulus of mind, you may say. Our young modulus of mind is very powerful, very high magnitude and high direction it is having. So it can be said. So we have to understand that our body, if we maintain it, it gives you very good strength. It gives you very good power and stamina. That stamina is very important from every point of view. I am talking in a way that we should, sometimes we should talk in a way people take interest. He's joking or he's talking. I am joking as well. I am serious also, because this is a body for which we are living, in which we are living, by which we are working. My soul cannot work if I don't have body, and my body cannot work if I don't have soul. They are both issues. You would understand what I am saying. Without soul, body cannot work, and without body, soul cannot work. So both are complementary to each other. Body requires soul, and soul manages body. Soul organizes body, it energizes body, and body uses soul to move forward. Body is body until soul works. Otherwise, this body plus soul minus soul is dead body. Body plus soul minus soul equal to dead body. So we have to understand engineering mechanism here. How mechanism of God exists. God mechanism says there is a start of something, a commencement of something, and this end of that same thing. It may take a number of years. And you are a project, means say body is a project. This project changes every time. Means it depends on your health up, health keep up, depends on how you understand yourself, how do you manage yourself, how do you organize yourself, how much do you eat, how much not eat, what material you eat, what eatables you consume. It depends, and how much energy you are using in work, how much energy you are using in entertainment, how much you are walking, how much you are not walking, what application of mind you are using. All these are parameters and attributes that depends upon this equipment which is called human being. I am equipment, you are equipment. Equipment, we are live equipment we say, but we are equipment. There is no operator. Our inside our soul is our operator. Soul is the operator of this, and it is a permanent license from God. It doesn't need anybody else's license. That's what I say body engineering is. I take it for my entertainment like this, to think that way. This is a way to think. Never, you have to find more and more answers from nature, and nature answers you. I have also tried in a different form of process of engineering just to analyze dreams, just to analyze thinking, just to analyze something else. And I believe in analysis because analysis is such a science, such system which can answer every problem. We can solve every problem. We can answer every question, provided you analyze. And if you analyze, you feel pleased, you try and analyze something, your mind would change. And change in engineering, so you want to change your mind, you have to change your engineering means mind is your engineering, mind is your design, mind is your software, mind is your structural engineering, mind is your any other engineering. Mind it, please try it. Means when we study, we don't have that capacity to use mind, but when we start functioning in a professional way or in a way established for that, so we feel different. So we have to consider this thinking level, that we have to think on thinking and think on that thinking and think on that thinking. Means there is a sequence of thinking itself. Serial number thinking 1, serial number thinking 2, serial number thinking 3, like that it moves. And we call this a sequence of thinking for every issue. If you have some problem for, and a stage come when this thinking becomes final thing or answer. That thinking number says XYZ, that is your answer of problem. And you then further innovate on that and you find something else. So this way life moves. You can review your own life. Maybe you are now 40 years. What were you when you were in class 1? When you were just 6 years or 5 years, what was your status, what you were? And today you can compare what's difference. And that's called progressive life. Either it goes down or goes up. So you try to reach where there's a sharp curve rising and you are progressing up. But don't feel regret, don't feel downgraded when it goes other way around. Because that shall happen. Because this has to be delivered. You have come, you see you are under construction on earth, you can say now you are under construction of earth, and one day you will deliver to God back. That is what engineering is. This way I understand engineering. And not only engineering, everything. On earth, because this is my site, I can say earth is my site, right? No construction site or residing site or whatever you can call it. This is my project. Earth is my project, and earth is project for everybody. We are all workers here, all. And we have supports of all. Resources support, earth resources support, natural support, and this creature support, and our body support, food support. There are so many supports that all we workers are here. We in whichever area of world we live, we are workers of Almighty. That worker designed us beautifully with full specifications and minds. That specification is not known to me, it's known to that power only. We must keep in mind that you are not all in all. Nobody is all in all. You are little of much. I am very little, 0.00001% of something else. This we have to say, yes, you may be having money, you may be having power, that's no use. Your power, your money is only for you to see. If you have say 4 houses, 5 houses, you are going to sleep in one only, and that only in one room and not only in one bed. You can't sleep even on 2 beds. You use double bed, you will use a portion of that only, otherwise you take this way, roll this way, roll that way. That's what you shall do. So my engineering statement is that engineering is for development and for use, and also for teaching you what we do. We try to widen our gaps, we try to wings those, we want to catch more scope, we want to get more scope of life, but we forget that life scope is not everything. We know that. It's very, very important that we should think something. Shweta Kumari, welcome Shweta Kumari. Thank you very much. You have sent message. Thank you for your message. Right? Who is that Shweta Kumari? Let us see what she is saying. Shweta Kumari is coming on video, I think. What she says, let me see if she comes on. I'll talk to her. She is a girl, young girl. Yes, what you say? Are you there? I'm not able to see your video. If you are coming, come. Your video is, I think there's a problem in your video, I find. Yes. Still you are not seen. Well, if your video is gone, I think your video is not coming. Please check your video, then call me. No need, no problem. Otherwise, well, it's okay. I tried. She could not come in. I continue now. So what I'm saying is, body is an engineered product, and we should respect it. We should maintain it in a way. We should maintain every part of body, and not only that. Okay, again she is calling, and I think maybe this time I see. Are you there? The video is not working. Hello? No, I'm not getting. I'm not getting. Sorry. I'm not getting. Well, so my dear friends, engineer friends and other friends, everywhere engineering is done all over the world and in universe as well. Engineering is done. Engineering is only, point that is important. Otherwise, there is nothing else. And if you say that, speak loudly, you from what? I am speaking loudly. Put your loudspeaker on. I'm speaking from my laptop, so maybe you don't have audio good system. Change your audio. How loud can I speak? Tell me. If I shout, means it's not possible. No, I have to speak for a couple of hours, and then how can say that? She's calling again. I don't want to annoy her. She's a young girl. Yes, Sweta Kumari? Are you calling? Hello? Not calling. Hello? Oh, it's not coming. Please try better first. Don't call again and again if your system is not working. Alright. Engineering is not defined on earth only. It's available in universe. Again and again I speak that. Again and again I clarify that. We are living in a universe which is well engineered, very well designed, systematically designed, absolutely designed without any error. You may feel that or may not feel that. It's logical. You can study it. Means it's working, we know. It's working, has been working. All systems, all parts are working. Don't you see that? When they say they have studied this system, okay, they predict this time is this eclipse, this time is this astronomical movement, this time is astronomical activity ongoing, and that goes on. This means system is available, system is working, which when we study we understand this. And until we do not understand, we do not call this system. System means that has been well understood. We can only observe and understand. We cannot make it. We only try to understand by observation how system is working. And that understanding is defined as science. Knowledge is there. We have to find out what knowledge is. And once we find out and understand its procedures, how it was made or manufactured, that system, when we get clarity with, it's called science. And then we have to work on science for research and innovation. And same is engineering, because science means engineering and engineering means science. Both are complementary to each other. If science formula exists, we have to apply that formula, and that application is called engineering. And engineering further gives more application, more answers, and that's called science. Operational science, operational engineering, operational research. So we take it that way rather than we making fractions between science and engineering. It's in the application of mind. original application of mind is called science and engineering, and pasting and copying of that is different. Engineering is an original one, science is an original one. Though engineering is a result of science and also it gives science back to it. It happens. So as you just now I refer to my body, your body is a perfect system of many chemicals, inorganic and organic. The organic are, but they are in body. We are taking food that's organic, so we must be organic as well. And inorganic, we are saying iron, sometimes very small quantity, or it's something else which is say this iron is there, this mineral is there. So very small percentage of organic, inorganic chemicals we have in our contained in our body, like organic chemicals. We are dependent on organics. Even if you take meat or no meat, it's organic. You take fruit, you take wheat, you rice, very organic. Water is not organic, but we take that, it's not organic, it's chemical, inorganic. Yes, we take that. So we are a combination of organic and inorganic. And we take sun rays, and that's also chemical. We respire air, that's also chemical. So many gases are there: oxygen, nitrogen, argon, and many more. So we can say, well, it's a complete combination of chemistry, and because we are having bones and everything, anatomy of body, and supports the physics of body. So we can say it's something that we have to analyze our body. If we analyze our body, this is a perfect system, a perfect industry, you can say, perfect factory, you can say. And factory means it works throughout life, and without this nothing is going to work. Without human nothing is going to work. So human is an equipment, self-operating equipments, self-motivating equipment, self-moving equipment. That's what human is. And if human is that one, we have to clearly understand it, and we must understand it. And if you understand this, and that's nice, means without understanding of it, we cannot understand any subject. It may be any subject, we cannot understand it. Engineering I cannot understand if I don't understand myself. If myself I understand, my mind I understand, I can use my mind. If I do not feel that I have mind, or I don't realize that I have mind, then I cannot do anything. And mind works only when you use it. So use of some material is also very important. Mind is my material. This means this material is everything for me. Without this material, I cannot learn anything. I cannot do anything. So mind is my number one material, which is my possession, which is my ownership until I live on this earth. There is a structure of this mind, which you can say kind of hard disk. It's kind of cabinet, and it stores my files, my soul file. Within soul, many other files. It is not engineering, it's more than engineering. So we have to realize this fact. Very important fact. If you think yourself, they say sometimes you realize self. What is self? This is self. You realize yourself. Who is there who built you? Can't you raise this question? You are yourself. After all, we say, where is God? We're looking for God, always places where God even cannot accommodate. You see, we are looking where? In temple, in mosque, or somewhere else, where it's very small structure. How can God stay there? Then we say God can accommodate here. Okay, then it can accommodate in your mind. What's the problem? God is in your mind. God is in your eyes. God is in your heart. So God is in your blood particle. God is in your respiration particle that you are respirating in. So then God is at every place. So why you worry about that? Why should you worry about God to whom I know? Yes, I don't know form of that God. I don't know physique of that God. But I know effect of that God. And effect is important. If electric current passes, voltage passes, do you see that? You never see that. But you use it in your appliances. Whatever appliances you are using, because of electricity, this power is there. You can't see that, you can't photograph that power, but it's working. Same thing is here. Why should I worry where is God? God is in me. I can say it's working in me. It's so kind, it works with me all the time. It's so responsive. Whenever requires, it stays there. It becomes active and helps me. I think I have done this, but I forget I have not done this. It has been done. As a translation applies. I have done this, I say in a perfect tense, I have done this. Perfect, present perfect. But it has been done. It has been done in a passive voice, I can say, or in some other form. That's what is thinking based discussion, debate. You talk to yourself and think yourself. You propose yourself to yourself in this talk or in this understanding organizational way. You are an organization. You ask yourself what you are. That is self-engineering. You have to raise questions to yourself. Who are you? What do you have to do? Are you right? Are you healthy? Are you intelligent? Don't take it differently. Everybody is intelligent. Intelligent because everybody has a power to think. God did not keep divide of power anyone. When all body parts are available, then that's also a body part. You have that. You have something, and if you don't use that, it's your fault. Water comes to your home through pipeline. Pipeline goes to your kitchen, to your bathroom, somewhere else. But if you draw water from that, only that water comes to your pot. If you say, no, I don't draw, if you don't draw, then it won't come to you. If you have food, if you don't take, you can't eat it. You say, somebody would help me. Why should somebody help you? You have your equipment, it's working, you see. That's what I say. This is different kind of thinking, but this is real thinking. We do this throughout life, but we never analyze what we have done. We study, we do since birth, everything we do. We do not understand that. We think I am doing this. Everybody thinks I am doing this. Fact is, you are not doing anything. That's a fact. You have been given every part of machine, and that part works. You work on a little, you think little. If in 24 hours you think for say half an hour, you think your thought, your job is to think. And believe me, there's a clash, there's a conflict between thinking and feeling. Both are reverse to each other, opposite to each other. Thinking and feeling. Do you know we have mind? You know this mind here? This I'm mind talking about soul mind, but it's the structure of this mind. There are two hemispheres here. One hemisphere on left and one hemisphere on right. This is medical answer. But there's another answer which medical also accepts, that right end of my mind or your mind is connected to left hand and left one is connected to right hand. It's like scissor, cross each other, and scissor works like that. Kainchi. Means where shall soul come to? Everybody in common way works with right hand. Physically when they work. Some people are left-handed, but majority are the right-handed. This is my right hand. I use my right hand for working. Any kind of work, whatever kind of work, even talking to you now or writing something or doing whatever way. Mostly we work using right hand. Very few people use left hand. This means when my right hand is in action, you think my hand is thinking? No, it doesn't think. It cannot think. Mind thinks and giving command to this, and this is working. Mind is telling me you have to use your hand. Mind is telling me you have to use my hand. Or which part of mind? Left part is connected to the right one and right part is the left one. What I understand according to researchers that my right hemisphere, right part of my mind is a kind of spiritual activity, is a kind of soul activity or a feeling activity or sentimental activity, you can say, emotional activity, you can say, rational, where there exists no logic, that one. So my left hand is connected to right one, right, right hemisphere. So my hand, this one, means it gives me soul energy. I take soul energy from this. This is connected to my soul part, and this right hand is connected to my rational part. Rational and irrational, you can say. Rational. Rational means logical, mathematical, scientific. Other one is non-scientific, non-mathematical, but energetic. See, there are 2 points if you analyze energy. One point is complete energy, that is energy that can be used in whatever application. And when it is used in application, it doesn't remain energy but work of energy. It's based on science. Same energy is without thinking when it's energy, but when it's applied to equipment, it works there for functioning of that equipment. So my body is an equipment. I get energy from nature through my right hemisphere. My right hemisphere has signal, has, you can say, an antenna to receive those signals which come from my Godfather. Those signals come to me in whatever form I get them, and my same receiver receives it, and other part analyzes that. Other part of hemisphere analyzes that. He checks every input what's coming in from every file, and then tells me this you have to do or this you have not to do. If I talk to myself, I get that information. I feel yes, something is coming in, and I am told you are wrong or right, and you do this or don't do this, and that's what means how I can use that energy, that power. Energy is not simply name of energy. This means it's your fortune, it's your present, it's your future. It's up to you how to use that provident fund or that fixed deposit. It's up to you. It's for you. You want to sleep, or you want to enjoy, or you want to be serious in your work, it's up to you. There are 95% people who do not want to use it in your work, in their work. They want to use it for happiness, for pleasure, physical intimacy. They want to use that. It's up to them, their privilege. Nobody can stop them, and nobody should. But those people who are different, who are, not very much in intimacy oriented, they are brilliant people. They want to do something, they use that energy, and that energy comes to them more and more in form, because this is continuous flow. Means it never stops coming in if you keep it open. Use it, it comes more and more. Use it, it comes more and more. And if you don't use it, it becomes stagnant. So it's up to you to decide whether you want to live in a world of stagnancy, or you want to live in an active world. Active world refines itself. The stagnant world does not refine itself. It becomes suffocated. It becomes unused. It's up to you. In modern terms I am saying, in engineering terms I am saying that it's up to you how to use your equipment, this body. This body has all functions. This body has mind functions. If you use those functions, you can get brain childs, and if you use other functions, opposite direction functions, you will use physical child. You get them. This is what our body does. We have to realize that, and this is real engineering, because if you understand our engineering, we can understand real engineering, other engineering as well. It becomes very easy, because my body, your body is very complicated, but engineering is not good. Science is not that complicated. We do very little if we compare to design of our body. Tell me something which is not in the body. Have you ever thought of, is there some point missing in our body? Nothing is missing. Yes, it may be different for animals, but for human being, every part is there. It's up to you to decide. We say there is a charter, CHART, a charter, which will say which can give some praise, certain privileges. Charter means a legal right, a right given by legal power. That's called a charter. Right, that's up to you. That empowers you to use your right, your power. But it's up to you. It's not imposed on you that you have to do this. You're a slave of this. That's not correct. Same thing, nature has given us liberty. Nature has produced us to that production level. Nature is responsible to that level of providing support, like in form of weather, in form of earth, in form of whatever food. That way nature is responsible, and it has been doing. But are we receiving that correctly? That's the point. Do we receive that? No, certainly not. We are very limited people in our capacity. We do not even understand our capacity. And we think, okay, this is life, in name of life, in name of society, in name of neighborhood, how people shall think, and we do not do anything. How shall they be thinking? We do not do anything. Our confinement is, our gate is, our exit is society. Okay, I am living in society, and that's it, that's enough. And this goes against development, this goes against engineering profession, if you limit yourself. Because science and engineering are limitless arenas of world. Still, very little development has happened in science. Very little development. We may say world is advancing. Yes, destructive development is there. Destructive development exists. Means we are ready to kill each other. That's a real fact. We are powerful because we can kill others. We are not powerful if we can make others. Killing means it's very easy to kill someone. You are not making someone, you are breaking someone. But don't forget, there is someone who can break you also. You are never too powerful or only powerful. Because you are killing whom you cannot make. You try to say, whom you kill, whom do you kill? Can you make him? You cannot make him. So what is your requirement to kill him? Because you want to keep yourself domination. But where you are keeping yourself? On earth. For what? For what? I dominate myself. I don't understand. For what? There is no answer to that. Just that's it. I am. You respect me. This is very small mind, This behavior is very small mind. And whoever does it is very small person. He may be political leader, but very small person. His mind is rubbish. You know this mind? I consider this mind as sexual organ. You will not accept this, but it is. This mind is every answer. This mind is positive. This mind is negative. This mind is multiplying factor. This mind is division factor. This mind is under root, cube root, square root. Every sign it works. This is so powerful. This is connected to what? Do you know that? Think of where it's connected to. You will say it's connected to every part of your body. Yes, that is right. This is connected to hands, arms. This is connected to chest, breast. This is connected to this, legs and arms, and all private parts. But which are most powerful in connection? Eyes. Function of eyes clear. More than that doesn't work. It views physically this world and sends information to mind. Nose is just exhaust and inlet. This is extract fan or exhaust fan. Not air condition, exhaust fan or inlet. This we know. This is hopper to put material in. Hopper, This is circulation system, we know here. Existence one. And legs are our columns, walking columns, not stationary columns or pillars, you can say. So out of these functions are dependent These functions are not to give something additionally. Which function is there? There's only private parts that are functionful, that gives new birth to new someone. You know that. Either it does that or something. Or it is used in, sludge. It is used in human excreta delivery, discharge. So our body is that type of mechanism, and it starts with knowledge and goes to sludge. Right or wrong? Do you understand what I am saying? This is what it is. So this is in your hands now. There is one that part and there is another that part. Which part you want to use in your life? Both are important. I am not saying no. Both have equal power. Both can do a lot. Decision is yours. Don't blame someone else. Don't blame someone else. Sometimes you say everything God does. Yes, God does everything. But God delegates also many things. Because God cannot come for everything to you. It's there, but it has many other jobs. So it's responsible for all jobs. It has given you an authority letter. Use this and use this. That's it. When university can sign a certificate that you have qualified this, why God can't? God has given you a qualification. Use your mind, use your body. Body's use are different and mind use is like this. You know that. Then why don't you understand this? That is weakness of human. And that's what I say, engineering first applies to human. Then applies to projects. Then applies to development works. First it applies to you. If you are good, you are strong in body and mind, then you can do whatever you want to do. Of course, opportunities come to you, you use them. That's what my analytical understanding of engineering, and God is engineering, not our engineering. Natural engineering is extraordinarily different. I consider God as unique engineer, unique doctor, and silent professor. This professor sends you signals all time. It's up to you whether or not you receive them. If you receive them, fine, you are awakened. And if you are not receiving them, you are sleeping. This means that. Sleeping doesn't mean sleeping, but sleeping in mind. Sleeping not necessarily in body, sleeping in mind. There are two kinds of sleeping. One sleeping with eyes open, and one sleeping is with your mind closed. When you don't want to get something, nobody forces you to get it, because that is your choice. If you want to sleep, sleep is free, believe me, go on sleeping. Is sleeping such powerful, if you want to sleep, go on sleeping. You sleep more, you get more sleep. You sleep more, you get more sleep. And try otherwise, opposite. If you don't want to sleep, you get up, you work, you think. Maybe you try to sleep. This problem that is in your mind shall not allow you to sleep until it's solved. And even if it's solved, you will feel pleased with that, and then also you will not be, because pleasing means some kind of excitement. Maybe you don't express that, but it's in the mindset, I got success in this, I got response to this. So that disturbs your sleep. Sleeping scares you. Oh, means like, this is like shock. Oh, I got shocked, I can't sleep. Oh, I can't digest this happiness, this pleasure. This means you are so weak in digestion, you cannot digest it. And that's why there is a saying, it may be plus or it may be minus, it may be success or it may be failure. Take it in same scale. Don't think you got something, because you got nothing actually. You may be successful, you have made billionaires, but you think yourself, well, we are not. You are not. Means you exchange your work with mind, that's it. Otherwise you did nothing for God. Your money is only for this place, not for God. God doesn't need this money. And God doesn't count it. Because you leave this place, this earth without that money. And forget that money. This equipment is also left here. It cannot go back to workshop. This equipment is not even salvage cost. You know salvage. When something is destructed or something is unused, then there's a resale value of that. We say kabadi, what's like that. Kabadi, this is not even kabadi. No kabadi shall buy it. So what we say is, engineering, when I define engineering, I don't limit to profession of engineering. I go beyond that. Because if you understand, go beyond that, then you will respect materials of nature, you will respect nature, you will respect environment, you will respect humanity, you will respect everybody, because you understand what's there. Because whatever is on earth is only for mundane world, not for that world. You got whatever today only for this world. You can't take that with you. You know it very well. This is dead world. You know that. In world in which we live, we call it mundane world. This is not mind world. There's a difference. Mundane, M-U-N-D-N-E is English word, but I am taking it as our word. Mundane, देन, देह मन वाला, मन की देन भी कह सकते हैं. This means this world is only for body. In this world, body is valued, not mind. Those who value mind, they are called fools. They are called sankhis. Those who are very brilliant, they are called sankhis. People call them sankhis. Yes. 4 o'clock. I think my alarm is ringing. You see what is working for. So, engineering definition for me is not educational definition. It is a spiritual soul definition. I go beyond that point. I also did not understand that. I understand too late in my life. But nobody told me. I understood myself. And that is, I think, that's best one. If you learn something yourself, this means God is with you. God is your teacher. If you need some teacher, then God is not there. Teacher is God for that lesson. But if you get something naturally, don't think that you got yourself. You are having a gift of God, that God is telling you what to do. God is indirectly your teacher. So you are a lucky person there. God is teaching you. Don't you realize this fact? There is a habit that's called self-teaching. Self-teaching means teaching you're getting from nature. You can't teach yourself. But term is self-teaching. And self is what? If you define self, what is self? Self is not some material. Is it material? Or is it some technology? What is self? Is it part of blood? Or is it this body? Organic body? No. Self is soul. Define yourself. Day when you understand soul, remember, I am talking scientifically. On day when you understand properties of soul and soul, forget worship. I am not talking of worship. I am not talking of religion. I don't relate myself to religion. I am purely talking of logic, science. There you understand what soul is. You cannot see it. You can see it only in the mind. You might have observed sometimes there is a fume in your mind while in your semi-sleep mode or you're in sleep mode. Some fumes you might have seen, yellowish, greenish, violet, some kind of fumes erupting out within your mind. If you have not seen this, it means you have not developed yourself. That is a must be seen by connected person who is connected from top to bottom, which we call body connection, body movement, soul movement. I am not referring to Vedas, I am not referring to something else. So engineering is automatically defined by your soul. Your soul is engineering. It's representing you. It's working in your body. It's directing you everywhere. It's telling you what you have to do, and also teases you sometimes. It forces you to do something wrong, Not because it's happy with that, because it wants you to learn what is wrong also. If you know this is wrong, but you don't know effect of that, to know effect of that, losses are also created. You are given losses, so that you know what's meaning of money. Somebody faces profits all time, that person shall not understand what is loss. Somebody who passes in all classes, that student doesn't understand what is failure. And until you understand failure, you cannot give value to success. Because always you are happy, you are pleased, you are enjoying. You don't know what is condolence. You don't know what is suffering. Because you are comfortable living. You think, oh, comfort is very important for me. Those people use AC, leave them for 5 minutes without AC, they shall become mad. Oh, no AC, how can I live? How can I survive? You are surviving because of AC. What a beautiful answer. That's why God has given you all seasons to differentiate between. Sometimes it's too cold, you can't tolerate that as well. And too hot, you can't tolerate. Too flood, heavy rain, you can't tolerate. Means access God gives you in every season. You can't tolerate. You say cold is good sometime, you say hot is good sometime. Actually, all are good and all are bad. It's your digestion, how much can you accept? And you cannot accept little, oh, this is 30 degrees, I can't sit. Fan is no good, I want split air unit. Because you are not used to adverse circumstances, and adversity is very important to learn. If you don't have adversity, you cannot know what is comfort. If you don't fail, you don't know what's value of pass. I passed all my classes. So, what did you do? This means you studied, that's it. This means you studied, nothing more than that. And that failed person also studied, but he studied little. At 35% say pass mark or 33%. Somebody got 32.5, declared fail, and 33 passes, 33% is declared pass. But there is only difference of 0.005. So why are you jumping that you got pass and you got failed? There is no difference. Maybe some lapse. There is some lapse. A tire was punctured, so car stopped. Your car did not puncture, you are moving, that's all. Time that puncture is repaired, that will also move. It's nothing. That's why we say failure is also root of success. Success is there, but failure once or twice must be there to really understand what is success. If you are always rich, having your pocket full, you will not care for money until you have to walk sometimes because you don't have money to even catch bus. That time is a must. And if you don't get that time, this means you are unfortunate person. Because God doesn't want you to teach you, but once a time comes in life, then you can't tolerate that. A little problem, oh, I commit suicide. That adversity comes to your mind. You must understand certain facts of life. I'm not speaking like that I'm a teacher of, no, not at all. I am an engineer and I am teaching you logic. Sentiments should be avoided. Emotions should be avoided. There is no use of emotions. Yes, in your personal relations, fine. I'm not talking about personal relations, your family relations. I'm talking in work, in life, where others are affected. Emotions to some extent are okay, but not for purpose of work, not purpose of life. Yes, with your mother, with your father, with your family, it's fine. There's different relations. Your work is not related to your family. Your work is related to you. And if you want to move with success all time, then you have to change your conduct. Your conduct in profession, your conduct in occupation should be different. Not like you behave inside your home. Home is nothing to do with profession. In home, you are same as others. But in profession, you have responsibility. You have responsibility. Emotions are personal, not personal, even private. Emotionals and sentimentals, these attributes are private. Do not mix this with work. Because remember, God is never emotional. God never works in emotional way. Yes, it gives you emotional power. It gives you sentimental power. But that is for benefiting others, not to destroy others. What happens otherwise? Destruction is counted more important than construction. Try construction. You will get tired. You will get tired. Construction is very difficult. Destruction is very easy. If you take destruction is very fast, very easy. Because when you destruct something, even others are also destructed. So, of course, it's easy. You can just put dynamite and burn, destroy a building, demolish a building, it comes down immediately within 5-10 minutes. But what about construction? How much work you have to do? You know that construction is very difficult, and that's what I say. Engineering means construction. Construction, not civil construction, all discipline construction. Agriculture, it takes how much time to grow crop, that's also engineering. We say agricultural engineering, you might have heard. It takes many months for crop to grow and to get results. But flood, fire, what is it in one day? It destroys it. So, power of destroying is multiple times, and it can cause losses to you, while power of making something, when I say destroy means destruction, when I say making a construction, power of making is very slow but permanent, because this results in permanent making, in permanent use. So engineering is for permanent use. When you make a house, you make some building, you make some structure, it's not for one day, never. It's not for one generation, never. Such result which is going to be a part of your generation, next generation, and next generation, can you take it for granted? Can you accept substandard work? Because you are spending your money on that, you spend your money, and can you accept something which is not returned to you? That's the point we have to think. When you go to market to buy some vegetables, you fight with vendor. Why you are very expensive? See, this is rotten. This is not fresh. You just to spend 50 rupees, you analyze and check quality with that poor vendor. But when you go to mall, you don't see that. When you go to buy a flat, you don't care for that. That's where you are being exploited. There you fear to ask. I don't know reason for that. That person is shopkeeper only for me. A person is a promoter, house selling builder, or whoever is there, authority of government, they are shops for me. I am shopping, that's it. So why don't we ask questions? My question to everybody is, you go to spend many millions to buy a flat. Why don't you raise questions? You're just fighting, deliver me, that's it, I'm waiting for this. I deliver. I'm not getting delivery. You are not. You never ask more than that. Because you are afraid, oh, my flat may not be cancelled. This fear. You should catch hold of that person who is not giving you. Return your money in form of quality. I am getting, tell me when I am getting, tell me when I am getting. You never ask me what you are constructing. That's they know very well. The public is like that. They cannot ask. Keep them busy in installment, keep them busy in this and in that. So they never come to you, ask you, tell me what you are making, what's material you are using, tell me test report, tell me this report, tell me. Do you ask that? Why not? Why not? Tell me. Okay, you are going to get a flat. It's not free. You are paying for that. But asking something, maybe you say, I don't know what may be the answer. Okay, you take with you some person of that profession. What's wrong with that? When I say you start something thinking, that's what I say. Thinking is last resort. You may think in whatever activity you are going to do, for you, for your friend, or for your family members. Thinking is in work and thinking in personal life, thinking in private life. After all, there is thinking. And disputes occur only because of thinking. Otherwise, all are dead bodies. right? If you don't think, what we are? We have only specialty in thinking. Extraordinary specialty everybody has, but extraordinary power, not necessarily that you use that. If you use that, you will, make tunnels in underground without problems. You will move underground without problems. You will penetrate everywhere. You will penetrate like water goes everywhere in seepage properly. Using its seepage properties, water moves everywhere. Why don't you become water then? Why don't you behave like water? In whatever shape it goes, it takes that shape. It doesn't say no, I don't go. It goes and it consolidates there with same shape. So, okay, you cannot behave like Saul, you cannot behave like something else, but you can behave that way. That's very important, I say. If this point is not clear, how can I make it more clear? Education is one part of life, that's not the entire part. If you are educated, you are lucky you are. You have got something in. And ask them who are not educated. Ask them who do not understand mathematics, how difficult life is for them, how they themselves bar somewhere. If you do not know simple mathematics, if you do not know simple principles of life, how can you move? I'm not talking of English or language. Language is something else. Language is related to country, related to, it's up to you. But subjects are not linked to education. Okay, we are having different mode of education. We were under some regime, so we are used to that language. But every country is not that. So what I was saying, let's see the drop of water first. So coming back to now the world of engineering, this expression, the explanation that I submitted, you may have to consider this. Your life is that, and if you understand life, you can understand everything. Background is very important. What background you have, just like when you get admission, they ask you what is your background, what's your parent doing, what is that. It's also very important that your background you should understand. Everybody is not rich, everybody is not intelligent, but you can make yourself rich when you come in business or somewhere else. But education is different. Without stress and without strain, you cannot get educated. Maybe you don't understand what I'm talking about. Strain, stress you understand, because stress is very common word. Strain is not common word, it's specific word. When you say, actually strain is an impact, how. If you are an engineer or science student, you may understand that. In applied mechanics, you might have understood this. Or in strength of material, you might have understood this. But it's something very different. So when you say, suppose this is a material here. I apply some force on this I supply, some force is applied on this. So this say, it comes in stress. Means there's a pressure on this. That's called stress. Maybe you in office say, I am under stress. I work so much. You say that. But you don't understand what is that. This is suppose is a body. There's a force all over this body. There's a force, and that is stress. That is stress according to you, but not according to me. There's a pressure on this based on surface area or based on your brain area. There's a pressure on you because your brain is not very strong developed, so you cannot take this. But in addition to that, there's something else also which you cannot understand until you are science student. When I say there's a pressure, it moves down. You see, it bends, like this or like that. It bends, maybe not visible. Invisible, it bends. Imaginary, it bends. That bend may come back, or it may come back. Immediately when you remove force, it comes back to its original position. But when it doesn't come, it doesn't fully come back, we call this is not recovered. Okay? There is some loss. There is some change in its shape. When there is some change in its shape, there can be, say, this length was strained, and this length of the, so there's some change now. Either it is contracted or it has expanded. Because of that stress, we say expansion, linear expansion. Due to sun rays, due to heat, this is expanded or this is contracted. Percentage by which it is contracted or percentage by which it is expanded, these expansion or contraction are now permanent because they cannot recover back. Whatever recovery was there, that has happened, and now this is change. This means that change in line to whole length or whole in percentage is called strain. Change of length over original length, change of surface area over original area, whatever is this is a kind of strain. And that's why it say stress, strain are very important factors in life. When you say I am stressed, so certainly you are strained, because your stress application, repeated stress application many times every day shall certainly grow a degree of strain in your mind, and your mind shall build up. Do you know what I am saying? Your mind shall build up. Stress results in strain, and strain results in build up, because it's nuclei of change. It changes something in your mind, and when you change in your mind, it's called build up of your mind. There may be hundreds of changes in your mind, or there may be thousands of changes in mind. It's all build up. So a crop is build up. A crop is growing in your mind of changes. Change crop grows in your mind, and that's where power lies in. Because change is name of engineering, change is name of development, change is name of evolution. So you are getting change every moment when you learn, when you work, when you do something constructive or face some destruction. You learn in every way. That learning is real learning. That learning is application of your knowledge, your theoretical knowledge. In whatever profession you are, you have to keep on innovation all through. So I call this engineering, life engineering, not civil, not electrical, not mechanical, life engineering. And this is very, very important from every viewpoint. If you do life engineering, you can do real engineering, because engineering application cannot be hampered. Remember, process of engineering cannot be hampered, and if it's hampered, it won't complete. It won't complete, because hampering also requires some technology. Hampering cannot be done otherwise. That's what we say. Process activity should be complete, and next activity starts that time. Or two parallel activities can move, but at a certain point they become one. So what I mean to say is, never take yourself for granted. Never take yourself that you are alone. You are never alone. There is a bodyguard working for you all time. If you seek that service only, otherwise no, your bodyguard shall not be with you. It shall be with you, but in isolation state. Because it is duty bound to help you. It is duty bound to help you, certainly. It shall check you also what you have done, but it won't be happy with you because you don't realize the fact that you don't recognize that that person, that soul is with you. So when I do something, I never think I am doing this because I never do it. I am worked because my soul forces me to work. Yes, of course, I have some initial energy. That energy immediately switches on and connects to that soul, and my bulb opens. It starts working. My body starts working, and then even if I was tired, I was strained, I keep up working. And believe me, if just start working, in a couple of minutes, you will get more and more energy. Though you wanted to sleep, you will take, no, give me some cup of tea, I want to sit and work. So, if you work and work and think and think and work and work and think like that, you will shorten your sleep. You will shorten your sleep. Because your cells, your neurons are working, your neurons are happy that they are worked, they are used, and they will give you relief some way by their own power. Remember, soul in mind is very powerful. It has maximum energy and it can give you that energy. And that energy is your medicine. Remember that. That energy can affect on your part of body, every part of body. In whatever way it wants, it can affect. When we use material in engineering, you think we consider material? No. We consider material, but material that's going to build itself to make into some other form, and then it takes forces also. If material is lying there as it is, it will never take any force. Sand is lying there, metal aggregates are lying there, stones are lying there, they are just lying. Can't take any force. Even seawater pushes sand away. Even just like Cliff Valley yesterday in London, England, because of something, it fell. It can't do anything. But when you use it in engineering world, it's active. Even the stone, but it's active because of combination with something else. It combined with some other material and became active. A joint alliance, joint venture of various materials. So it starts working when it's jointly ventured. There are so many theories which are applicable in life, but we do not look at them. We just look only at point which is our process, or that's my job, I have to do this, my job. Means we are bound by job description of our activities. And that job description is not defined by nature, it's defined by ourselves. My seniors, my juniors, or whatever companies, organizations, style of working is, they decide, oh, use your job description. Yes. Otherwise, job description cannot be defined. It defines itself. It defines itself. Engineering knows what it has to do. Engineering knows how it has to work. Every material knows how it shall be used. And combination of other materials, it knows what is my job, it's working. When we say RCC, I'm costing RCC, I'm working on RCC, a slab, frame is there, building is there, they are all working. You will say, oh, how can you say how this frame is working? They are working. That's why they are standing. If they don't work, how can they stand? They will fall. Simple. We put steel in slab, in concrete, we cast concrete. When we cast it, it's not handleable. Just mix some material, mix sand, mix concrete or aggregate and water and cement and put on there something. Till that time it doesn't work. It's only you mix that, you put it there, it's nothing, it's not working until it gets strength. Until it gets, it can't work. Steel, in fact, in the melted form, it can't work. Until it's cast in some shape of steel bar or something, it can't be used. So there's a process, and process to process, and process to process to process, and sequence of processes. Then they work. There's a stage comes when it becomes a part of joint venture. And that joint venture what? Reinforcing bars, steel, concrete. Concrete means so many metals in that. Water is there, mixing is there, laying is there on some molding, that's called shuttering or something like that. On supporting system, then it gets some strength after being laid, and then it's okay. Now I'm ready to work. All we work, steel and these all materials work in joint venture. So they are together, they work. No, I don't want to stay with you, I'm going back. If cement say, hey, hell, I'm going back. Stone say, I'm going back. It will collapse. That's what life is, so simple. You can learn like that. If your body parts say, no, I don't want to work, your eyes are broken, you can't use your eyes, so defect. Same thing is involved. These materials are given by God. We have to respect this material. Because these materials are going to be part of some body, that may be structure, that may be railway wheel, that may be railway track, that may be something else, wherever you can consider it. So it shall work at some place. It's because of your mind. Your mind thought that you can use it this way, or you can produce a wheel. Just think of, if wheel was not produced, maybe square was produced, maybe hexagon was produced, maybe octagon was produced, or maybe nothing produced. Then would you have seen trains or buses or cars? No. So this means engineering is very wide. It cannot be controlled by one unit or one item. It's a combination of many items, and many technologies all work together. That's important. When I talk on engineering, I don't know what I talk, but I define it very well, I know. Because everything is engineering. Everything. Everything is science. Everything. Maybe you don't notice that. Just take example. Every one of you knows how to boil milk. You bring milk and you boil it. Right? Did you ever think what you are doing? Application which you are going to do, what science applies there? Did you ever think? Oh no, I'm just boiling milk, you put milk, pause, I'm just boil for 10 minutes, I boil and finish. But you never think about that. That's where science starts. Gas is a product of science and engineering. Your gas cylinder is there, or if not, electrical energy is there, whatever, you're boiling. Do you think what is that? This is application of science and engineering both, but we don't concentrate on that. You say, I am just standing, you put that on gas and it too. Can you leave it there? Oh no, I can't leave it, come up. Okay, come up. But what are you doing? You're heating up from below. Temperature maybe 50 degrees. Your temperature of fire maybe 60 degrees. And you are even, so you are boiling. What temperature do you want? Why do you want that temperature? So why you are revolving it around? Why are you stirring it like that? This is application of science. Very elementary application of science. But we do not see towards that. We know we are doing something, but we know physically we are doing something. We don't know thermodynamism behind that. I am calling thermo because heat energy it is. When you are boiling, you are heating your milk, this is heat, or your tea or milk, whatever. Heat energy is supplied from bottom of that pot. Their temperature rises. But temperature at top of pot in liquid is not that much. If it is say 100 degrees below, it will be 70 degrees above, 60 degrees above. So there is a difference of temperature between this 6 inches height, 150 height, maybe not more than that. This is a gradient. Say 100 to 50 degrees or 80 to 60. there is a gradient, thermal gradient, heat energy difference, temperature difference, and your pot is subject to that gradient, which should not be, because if temperature is uniform, this will be very little affected. If temperature difference is there, gradient is there, it shall be affected. As if you walk on a road, so slope road, this is slope road, or this is means there is a gradient on road. It may be rising gradient or falling gradient, both are gradients. When it is falling, you feel comfortable. I walk fast, and but opposite side is rising. Means you have to do work against gravity, and when it is falling, there is a risk of falling also. There is a chance that you may fall there because you accelerate your speed automatically. Here you are rising, you are going against gravity. So there is same thing, temperature is falling at down and falling at top and rising at down. So your pot is subject to heat dynamism, heat impact. Thermal gradient is built there, of course instantly. And this is never constant, we go on. Why? If you believe we don't do that, what shall happen? It will force from down, heat is higher temperature, moves to lower temperature, and will boil your milk or burn you or something, or heat up more there on top, and so life of your pot is reduced. So what is your intention? Your intention is we want this uniformly heated up. So you create that condition of uniformity by keeping this liquid moving, so that the hot one goes up and the cold one goes down. The cycle is maintained. The kind of near uniform temperature exists in that pot. So what is that? That's application of engineering. Thermodynamics, I say applied thermodynamics. The heat application, heat energy you are applying to product, to this milk, to heat up and boil, and to re-energize its atomic system. Atomic system is electronic system of particles of milk. That's what you do. So this is also science. Boiling of water, boiling of milk. This science is in your home. You do every day, but you don't understand, you don't think, and there I say, think is important. This is very small application, I'm telling you. And this happens everywhere. Everywhere. Take example for now, COVID. Example I'm giving you. We say, means panic, everywhere panic. Why? Because we do not know that. It's unfortunate, we do not know that. Why do not know? Because we don't think of that. They say, oh, there's a particle, there's a droplet, there's aerosol. They are not defining what is that. Oh, particle is in the air, very, very small particle, and this can enter you. That's right. That's right. But you explain to people scientifically. There are so many impacts of that we know. But people are not clear about that, and which I say lack of education. Means there is a disease, people are in panic or not in panic, but they have no information about that. You are just writing in newspapers or somewhere something, some research paper, but that doesn't reach the public. Everybody cannot read that paper or leave it behind. It happens with me or happens with others shall happen with me. At that statement you conclude you are okay, leave it behind. If you explain to people, they will understand. And explanation is very simple. Very, very simple. Yes, there is disease we do not know, but we understand actions, what that can do, how can it harm you, how can you take preventive measures. That happens. But the question is, majority of people are not interested in learning. They say, okay, 1 degree I have enough what to do. I have this degree for my market value, and that's okay. Yes, for market value it's okay, but for mar value it's not okay. Knowledge means use of knowledge. Knowledge means advance yourself. College or university cannot take you to that level. You have to go to yourself. That's a guide, means college engineering, college degree, university degree. They are for guidance purpose. They are not your development purpose. They are not meant for that. Development you have to do by using knowledge which you learn from your university or your professional education, that you have to apply and learn. And that's where engineering lies. Its application of knowledge is called engineering. And it never stops. One application starts, it does something, it ends with that, and then it becomes another application, and that it ends there, and then it becomes further another education, like that chain of actions, chain of applications to make some train of activities, and that train is process. That train is a result of process, and those processes are scientific process or unscientific process, but results come in, and if results come in means those processes may be empirical but do work. This point actually youth is unable to understand, and when youth is unable to understand, nothing can happen, because youth is future. I don't expect something that old generation should understand, because they are not so much interested because of age. Even I am not interested now, I am 66, but I am interested that people should know it. I know that I won't apply that in life until by some other until it is necessary, because keeping at my age, nobody will not, oh, this is old man, expired one, leave it behind, sathi aa gaya hai, this happened, that happened. Youth people can speak everything, because we did not speak that in our life, but youth have enough power, they can speak anything. But that power is used for work, used for learning. You don't use for that. Your body you are not using, forget something else. We are not using our body even. I was young, people used to walk in morning or in daytime. They used to walk many kilometers, not waiting for bus or car, and you see their bodies, they are different. What do you have? Oh, I have pain here, my knee, I have pain here, I have my hair pain, I have pain in my... Everywhere there is pain, where is rain? Everywhere you are paining, means how can you survive like this? Means if your body is not strong, if your mind is not strong, how can you work? How long can you move? Body is inexpensive, but you have to maintain it. Body cannot be bought, body cannot be sold. No one can sell its body. Yes, services can be given, permanent service can be given, that's different, but body still remains body. My statement is that we have to make ourselves right first. Everybody has to make right oneself, and we cannot make right oneself. We cannot use nature. Nature says use me for positive work, for development work, for good work. Don't spoil me, because you have no right to spoil me, because you are my production. Because of me you are there, and I have every right to use you, your services that you are here for. I don't think I can give better definition of this. We talked yesterday of soil, and because I always again I remind that soil is only material in world which is reliable. All other materials are subsidiary. Soil, whether you accept it or you do not accept it, you have to stay on soil. You cannot run away from this. And you do not like soil, I know. Nobody likes to even sleep on soil or handle soil. But that soil, when it is converted to some statue, you go to worship that. This is also true. My dear friends, why I am talking all this, there is a reason behind that. I am finding that minds are closed these days. Closed in a sense that everybody wants to limit oneself. While mind says that it wants open air, it wants expansion, it wants to move around, is what mind says. Mind says that I want freedom, I want independence, I don't want to confine in this room. That's what mind says. And that's right also. What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong. So when mind is so required and soil is so important, why do you run away from soil? Oh, don't sit here, it's dusty place. Ah, it's very dirty. Soil is dirty. What about his body? This is not soil. From where do you come? Where do we come? So just tell me, from where do you come? To be very frank, they say, oh, it's my blood, it's my son, he's my... People say like that. He's my son, he is that, he must be right. Is that Farhan Khan? Let me see what study that. Alma Iqbal, Open University officials from Rawalpindi, Pakistan. Okay, leave page, can leave it. Well, okay. Now, my friends, what I'm saying is, actually, everybody is made of soil. We know this. Without soil, nobody exists. Soil is our body, and we live on soil. We live on earth, which is soil. We live on earth, which is soil. And our body is soil. And whatever we construct on this soil, it remains there forever. And if you put water on this soil, it loses energy. Do you know that? In engineering world, soil, when you put water on soil, this soil is seeped in and this weakens itself by admission of water into that its own pores. When sometimes water effect erodes a stone, have you heard that? By action of water waves, stones are eroded. Or you say river changes its route, which is natural. That river is sinusoidal curve, but it keeps on changing its curves in due time, and this whatever route we have today, tomorrow we'll find some other route. After a few years we'll find some other route. So we are all composed of such powers under such agencies that we cannot even understand what is this, what life is. Soil, to my understanding as a civil engineer, is only material on which I can base my structure. There's no other material. Only I can't make a structure in air. Yes, ship is built on waters, that is different. Ship is built on waters. And ship moves in water, sails in water. Boat also is same. But as far as continent is concerned, airplane lands where? On road, and road stands where? On soil. Everything is on soil. And that is very important material. And we consider soil only. This is soil. Sun material? It's material. It is material. It is more than foundation. Because foundations rests on this. Not only rests on this, it transfers its power to where soil, and soil further takes it down to further depths, provided there is no water. Engineering is there for soil. Engineering is soil. If somebody defines what is engineering, I'll say soil. It's nonsense. Yes, it is nonsense. I am nonsense. I always say engineering means think to do. Think and do. Is it not engineering? Not only think alone, but also do. If you just think on, you can't do anything. You can write a poem, you can write a story, you can write something else. But if you do, then you have to not write, but do it a lot. Do it a lot. I don't know how radium was generated, it's innovated. Do you know? What they mad? No, they did it by chance. Everything is by chance. Yes, if you want a scientist to know, you ask a scientist how this by chance. Okay, by chance. If there is no answer, it's by chance. See, I'm getting gas. So my dear friends, soil is foundation of engineering because soil is real earth. Ultimately we have to go to soil. Don't forget that. We have to go to soil. Means our final body goes to soil. You cannot go somewhere else except that. Even if you are, cremated or you are buried, your final destination is soil. If you don't want to accept this point, this means you are a coward. You are running away from that. If you use your mind in even half an hour a day, you can do a lot. I mean to say, use doesn't mean use in work. Use in thinking, innovative thinking. Sometimes by chance something comes to mind which you did not expect. But you forget that you expected sometime past. Sometimes in past. You expected that, you thought of that, and that's why it comes to your mind. Otherwise, it won't come. So, you have to be very careful about this. What to think about, how to think about. Engineering is a development of mind, believe me. Engineering is not unsound. Mind development results in engineering. Engineering or sciences are never unsound. Because engineering exists in nature. We have to pull it from there. That's it. Means if I can put power of nature to me and I can deliver to others, that's all. I'm not doing something special. If I am a scientist, I am not doing anything. I am just taking information from nature if I have power and telling others, so it is like this. That is research. And why we call research? Because it's there. We are already there. The source is there. We are just searching it again. I could not understand first time, so I search again and again and again and again. Engineering students should know that studies never end. Engineering studies never end. That is brilliance of engineering. Education continues. And we call it CPD, continuous professional development. If it is not continuous, means end. This is terminal. This is terminal can never come in engineering. In all its subjects, there can be no termination. No terminal. You might have seen various subjects in engineering, in particularly civil engineering, maybe in mechanical engineering. We have a fluid mechanics or hydraulics engineering. What is purpose of that? Do you know that? What relation we have got fluid mechanics? Fluid means any fluid. It can be whatever fluid, but ultimately it goes to water pressure or fluid pressure, and it applies to, wherever you can say water storage is done or other storages are done, or water resources are further results for that. Water resources without which we cannot live. Ultimately, it is fluid mechanics. It is hydraulic engineering that teaches that is unit of thinking. and we apply it later on, what pressure this tank has at this level, what pressure can come at this level in sea, what pressure can come on this dam surface or this gate or barrage, all take into that consideration. But general people don't understand this. We construct water tank in our homes. We say on roof we keep a tank, or maybe on ground, or maybe somewhere else. We make a tank for what? For storage of water. Or what force lying there, that we do not know. We do not know, because without force, water itself is a forceful item. Maybe you are not clear if you are not in science of water engineering. This means water itself is a force. It gives very good force. Do you know that? Maybe we say it's 1 ton per square meter. Yes, it is 1 ton per square meter. But what's that square meter? If water is standing, in a tank, a 1 meter height water, and if it's 1 meter by a meter surface area, so 1 cubic meter, 1 meter height and 1 meter by 1 meter, this means 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter, which means 1 cubic meter, and 1 cubic meter water means 1000 kilogram. This is weight of water. So that 1000 kilogram is sitting on 1 meter by 1 meter, that is 1 square meter. So we say 1000 kilogram per meter square, which is weight of water per cubic meter. Now say it's 3 meter height. That water is 3 meter or 4 meters in that tank. This means if it's 4 meter, this is 4000 kilogram per meter square vertical pressure. I am talking vertical pressure. If it's 3 meters, it's 3000 kilogram per meter square. That vertical pressure is acting on that surface. So how strong that surface is taking that water. So many thousands, I am saying, I'm not saying 100. So 1 meter square of your tank surface, it's 4 meter water accepting 4000 kilogram per square meter. There is horizontal pressure also, which is different. I am talking of rate of water particle. So if you understand how this surface is taking that much, then you know what is problem. What surface it should be. I need that surface which can take this load. And that is where engineering lies. This is, I am talking horizontally, then vertically also there is another one. This same force which applies vertically, it applies horizontally also. But the value is decreased. Value is decreased. Because pressure on top is 0 and bottom is maximum. That's what it says. So you can say in that case, a kind of average can be taken, a half. So water which may be say 4000 kilogram, on sides it may be 2000 kilogram per square meter, but it is there. So you need a surface which can take that force. That's what engineering is all about. So we calculate like that, and it's not easy. It's not easy because every surface is different. Means we have to think about that. What force this surface can take. This is fluid mechanics, and it applies not only here. It applies to seas also, rivers. It applies to dams. Take case of sea. What is depth of sea? Do you know? You say, oh, it's too much. How much too much? It can't be more than earth. Can be? If you think it's too much, how much? If suppose it's too much, how much after all? It's a common knowledge question. Means it's not through earth. Suppose it's so sea is going through earth down, then water will leak to other end and sea will vacate. You got my point? Sea is there in some portion of earth. You say it's too down, how do you know? This means could be it's whole down. So how it is there? How water is stored? It should then come out. It should go down to that portion where there is another hole, but it won't, because it is very limited. Very limited. Maximum depth of sea is 4 kilometers, and maximum depth of ocean is 10 kilometers average. This is what information I have. This means, suppose they are, they drill petrol or raw oil or crude oil from seas, right? Some pump out from 1 kilometer down, some pump out from 4 kilometer down, some pump out maybe many kilometers down. They send pipings down, they send something else down. In what pressure they are sending? Can you imagine that? When we say water is 1000 kilogram per square meter, and that is 1 meter down, 1 kilometer down, say 4 kilometer down. Say they pump crude oil at a level where surface is 4 kilometer down. This means 4000 meter down. So whatever material is there, pipe or some other, we call it riser, or some injecting material is there or something is there, and that material supporting structure is there at 4 kilometer down. This means that material is subject to 4,000, 4 kilometer, 4,000 meters, 4,000 into 1,000 meters, 4,000 into 1,000 kilogram per meter square. Try to understand. 4,000 is depth, 4,000 meters into 1,000 kilogram weight of water. So 4,000 into 1,000, 3 zeros here and 3 zeros here. There is 4 if you write with 6 zeros. This kilogram per meter square weight is there. Imagine. Means there something is working, not human, some other material is working. Some machine is sending to that level something, and then this material of crude oil comes through risers on surface. This is not imaginary. You know that there is offshore engineering, but you don't know how it's working. This means only 4 kilometers, I'm telling you. It could be more. Did you ever think why seawater is salty? You never thought that. But seawater is salty. You go to wherever sea, all over the world, you will find salty water. Why? Water in river is not salty. Water somewhere else is not salty. Why? Seawater is full of salt. You are now thinking, how is that? I never studied a book. Nobody explained to me why I'm talking this answer, question you are raising. This is fake question. No, it is salty because of sea is always salty. Okay, why? Because sciences and engineering are full of questions like why, how, reason, logic, this and that. And without this, science does not exist, cannot exist. Debate cannot be done, and this is intellectual work. We have to respond. We are not going to conduct world war here. We are going to conduct self-war here. Means we should know what intelligence people have gotten. So my dear, engineering, science and engineering are not very easy. Maybe to some extent these look easy, but practically speaking, these are limitless and endless. So I always suggest that if you are in engineering, do not limit yourself to employment or to your degrees, because engineering is much about that. These degrees are for your knowledge, for developing your mind, and when you develop your mind, then you work independently and you will find difference. Till you are with someone as a subordinate or a trainer or as a trainee, that time is different. But once you are not part of training but you are part of profession, and your responsibility changes. In soil engineering, I used to talk about many properties, and we did that. We did that successfully. Let me go to just for half a minute so that I put my daily feeding of birds, which we generally do some around 5 o'clock, I think. It's 5 let okay, no problem. My friends, soil is very important for engineering. It's not only civil engineering but also other engineerings, because electrical cannot be that much except transformers, but mechanical engineering, chillers and package units and pumps, and also other equipment which they use, and their machines, and whatever you can count, you can see integral part of daily life. If we do not care for them, we can write anything in this books, means don't do this, but in practice we have to do this. It's easy that we write some books, this is as a title protected or copy protected, but people still do that. And work of C means it should be different. It should be understood differently. Whereas there is some work of natural resources. We should not link all this information to politics. Politics is different, and politics is never successful. When we talk of soil, means a kind of your diversity comes in, and confusion prevails, because even soils are not understood till now. People are engineers, bigger engineers, high class engineers, but they are not even now sometimes really understand the soils. So that is very important point. We can learn soil is very complicated part of our discipline. Soil means foundations, and foundations means all structures. And soil cannot be dispensed with. You have to deal with soil wherever you are. When I said question of sea, I raised the point the soil, not soil of sea, you can say, base of sea. Why this water is salty? I forgot to reply that. Maybe you're saying this point, raised this question, but didn't answer that. But I regret that one. I already answered this many times, but again I answered this, no problem. You just wait, I will answer this and let me finish this, otherwise I'll forget this. So this is just take 2-3 minutes, I'll come back. I'll be there. I'm back. Back from sorry. So I'm back with you again. I talked about soil and I talked of something else also, and I yesterday talked about that. Yes, see, salts at sea bottom, according to engineering geology or applied geology, we say that we say that attending, and this is good morning. Hello, good morning. I should answer her. Morning. Thank you. Let me answer her. She's trying many times. Morning. Thanks. Morning. Thanks. Morning. Thanks. Okay. So geology, according to applied geology, which is a science, which is engineering science, geology, maybe you're not clear, let me explain to you. Make clear that geology is a subject to understand the structure of this is science. This is in engineering science. This explains to us about whatever is known related to structure of earth. That's applied geology. Means it doesn't tell you everything in details in preliminary studies, but if you go to its extensive studies, it tells you what is this earth actually. And earth doesn't mean solid part of earth, it includes aero part of earth also, air part of earth, or you can say up to that point where ultraviolet sphere exists. Up to that point it gives us information, and it gives information about solid part as well as water part of earth and air part as well, I said, and it's very important point. And this is really means, if you understand this one little, you can know a lot about that, because this is part of solar system. This is not something else. We are part of solar world. We are part of solar system, and this solar system is integrated with our life. It is directly integrated. There is no reason it's not integrated, because we take energies from this solar system, and without this energy there can be no life. So is our earth. Means if I use this, means earth is using that power of sun, and that power of sun results in our crops and foods and developments. And that's what I'm talking of. This means if you understand that, if you go through that subject, I actually by chance, or you may say by my luck, I studied this subject in my engineering degree examination. And of course it's an optional subject. I like to, because I am going to be civil engineer. I thought at the time I was civil engineer. So if there was a written forward that without applied geology you are incomplete engineer. So I took that point very strongly. So if I am without geology incomplete, why should I be incomplete? Because it's not my option, it's application of knowledge. And if I miss something, it's like that. Means if I don't know what design my house is, and I am living in house without knowing that, if I am unaware of that, if I do not, okay, I'm not expert in that, I'm not saying I'm expert, but I should know what is that. is it square or triangle or rectangle or circle? I should know that. Right or wrong? That's right. So what I say, I understand. I tell you that Earth, first of all, it's nearly global object. You know this, and I'm just refreshing you. It's a global object. Solid part of Earth is called lithosphere. Lithosphere. Litho means a kind of rock or stone. And this lithosphere contains solid part as well as water part. How this water part happened, I'm not going into that detail because I am also not sure. Because how this solid part came, I am not sure. There is no such evidence that somebody claimed this happened because of this. So far, it's unclear. Nobody knows how this solar system was constructed, but it is there. That is sure. If it is there, means there must be some power who constructed this solar system as well as our part of solar system, that's called Earth. And if you see measurements of this Earth is very small. Mathematical application of Earth is very small. We can say, and you know, means and this you can say, this measurement of Earth, if you compare to planetary system, it's very small. But we say we are very big. If you travel from one point to other, come back, it's more than 40,000 kilometers. And you feel pride in that, right? That's where I'm saying we are having very limited knowledge. Very limited knowledge. Very, very limited knowledge. We are, according to geology data, geology I'm saying, not geology, 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 which is called earth science. Not surface of earth, total, internal and external. This is earth science, and earth science is very important. It's very important. Earth science is very important, and you know, Earth science gives you complete input, and I'm really surprised how those people reach to that conclusion of Earth science. We are talking of sea as well as continent. Both are in unit in same object. Object is same. According to geology, what I can explain to you, not exactly, approximately, diameter of Earth is 12,500 kilometers approximately. It can be little more or little less. Forget that. Don't go to that one. Don't go to that one. No. We'll go. Oh. If this 12,500 you think it's too big, then you are very small. 12,500 kilometer, I am saying. Diameter of Earth is diameter, not radius. 12,500 kilometer. That is size of Earth. Diameter of sphere. So when diameter of a sphere is 12,500, so you can find circumference of that, perimeter of that, whatever you can say. And what is that? 2 pi r or pi d. Pi d. Diameter is 12,500 kilometers and pi is 3.14. If you multiply 12,500 into 3.14, you will get some figure. That's only perimeter or circumference of this globe. This, this is original, or you can say preliminary information. Now we say I'm talking of sea or ocean. Just to share my information to you with you, it's very very, we can say, you may say that when I say 4 kilometers is depth of sea or 10 kilometers is depth of maximum depth of ocean, and if you compare to then up to center of earth, we just say, if I say 12,500 kilometers diameter, this means 6,250 kilometer approximately is its central depth. Its central depth. So sea is very small in that case. So some messages are coming. So what I say that this diameter, depth of sea is only 4 kilometer, and if you compare it to 6,250 kilometer, it is 4 over 6,250, means 1/4 of, if 4 over 4 kilometers over 6,250, or 1 over approximately 1500 something, 1500 you can say 60 or something, means out of 1560 it's 1 over 1560, you can see percentage of that. Means 1 over 1500 means you can say this is, if you say 1500, in that 1% is how much? In 150 it is 1, means it's too low. This means depth of sea is negligible in compared to depth of earth, center of earth. Yes, ocean is 10 meters, which is of course 2.5 more times more. So but rocks, the question is what types of rocks are there. That's the point here. If say on surface of earth, because I am talking soil, so this is also a part of that. Surface is, you can say, soil, means soft rock, you can say powdered rock that has been powdered or brought from one place, those particles to other place, on which we grow, will live. And if you go down, you will find different rocks. Somewhere it's lime rock, chune ki chutti. Sometimes say it's jwalamukhi rock, this is called igneous rocks. And sometimes it is in between two, which means one sedimentation, you understand, settlement. When some soil came, it settled in 500 years, become 2 feet thick, and then maybe like that it goes on and on, and we call that sedimentary rock. So there are three types of rocks. One is igneous rocks, one is sedimentary rocks, one is, you can say, metamorphic rocks. It means metamorphic lies in between these two rocks. Igneous is original and sedimentary is original. Igneous comes because of process of volcano, and sedimentary appears because of process of settlement or sedimentation of particles that move from one place to another place. And in between two is metamorphic, which means this depends on methodology of area and action of atmospheric agency. That can be air, that can be rain, that can be sun, that can be whatever chemical actions, due to chemical actions, and that changes from sedimentary form to some other form, and that's called metamorphic form. For example, marble stone is metamorphic, like that, and sandstone is not metamorphic. It's sandstone, means sand sedimentation, and granite is igneous. Like that, there are many materials which come from different rocks, and therefore they have different properties. Properties are I'm not going to discover. I'm going to just tell you about question that is answered is salt. Why we call salt? Same way, as we go down, sulfates and phosphorus, you can say chlorides, many types of salts are available in our composition of rock. Salt is a natural material. It's chemical. It's inorganic. Like we eat sodium chloride, right? Common salt we call it. We use this. We consume it our food, but it is chemical. Don't forget that. NaCl, chemical sodium chloride. There is sodium and there is chloride in that, but we eat it comfortably. Oh, I like it. Give me more salt. I want less salt. Like that, we say sugar. That's also a chemical. Hydrocarbons, carbohydrates, whatever you call carbohydrates are. So both are chemicals, but we consume that because we like it, we taste it, but we forget that our body is mostly in volume and in every composition is organic. It's not organic. We take indirectly inorganic materials because of contents in nature, like banana has iron, like so many chemicals in many materials that we consume, but very little part in our body. We cannot digest inorganic chemicals. Inorganic chemicals, it's impossible to digest by human being because there are so many inorganic chemicals, but we are suitable to digest organic chemicals, because our body is organical. Our body is made of blood, our body is made of soil, and that also is blood. Our body is made of water, air, fire, heat. That's what made of. So here rocks have composition of minerals in them. Every rock has minerals, every soil has minerals. No soil is free of minerals. As percentage may be varying. You take sand, you take stone chips, you can take rocks, you can take whatever you want to take. Every soil has some percentages of chemical composition, inorganic composition. So that rock which is at bottom of sea, it is having salt composition. Its name is basalt, BASALT. Name of that bottom portion of sea where water stands on, that is called basalt, basaltic rocks. So this water is having so much pressure on these rocks. When I say 4,000 into 2,000 kilogram per meter square, or 10,000 into 1,000 kilogram per, just think of how much pressure. This means even whatever strong rock is there at that depth, that is chances of that crumbles under this pressure. Must be. I have not gone there, but just I am relating to my analysis, that must crumble there. And that salt after crumbling or erosion, that salt particles are separated from rock. Those tiny dissolved particles which can't be seen even can be seen like turbid material. Those come up, those rise to surface of water, traveling 10 kilometers or 4 kilometers. This may be this may travel in many days, for example, because it's rising, it's working against gravity, and these are very dissolved particles cannot immediately come up. This comes up gradually, means, and they comes flocks meeting one another, which is called augmentation of particles, augmentation of water and soil particles, and water brings them up to surface, which we say, oh, this is very salty. This is not salty, this is made salty by nature. So that is called process of the salting and meeting, and water of sea is salty. That is answer to your question. But earth does not stop here, it goes on further and further, and that point we have to understand. That point is very strong one. Just explaining in few minutes, because I have to talk other issues also already know. When I say it is 12,500 kilometer diameter sphere, just consider first 35 kilometers. First 35 approximately, it doesn't mean we measured it. This information is from it can be more, it can be less. Consider 35 kilometers, it's very small. If you say 35 and 6,250, so 35 or 6,250, it's also means very low in comparison to earth. This part is very active for us, means, for example, sea is up to 10 kilometers, ocean is up to 10 kilometers, and this is called crust of earth. And it's given a comparison. If you take an apple and whatever is skin of an apple, this is what is called crust. This is normal density, normal weight, and whatever activities so far do happen, like seismic activity or earthquake activities, or some tsunami activity, or thunderstorm, or whatever meteorological actions are like that, this all generate from crust so far. This is having all mining in this, we are getting all materials from this, gold, silver, platinum, whatever you are getting, you get from earth, heavy earth, or whatever expensive matter. There is a list of that, and I have also done work on videos regarding economy, which means earth. I consider earth as a resource of economy. Economy is not independent of earth, it is directly, absolutely dependent on lithosphere, because if lithosphere cannot give anything, then there can be no economy. So this point also make a origin of economy is lithosphere, upper part. Internal part we do not know, because it's 35 kilometer. Beyond this, if you have to go, you can find mantle of earth, and then you have to go another 3,000 kilometer to find internal part of earth. It's called core. So these are such structures where densities are very different. If you think that this 35 kilometer we are talking of is about, you can say 2.5 or say up to 3 or a little more, this is thousands kilogram per meter cube density. And if you go down, if you cross you enter middle part, that's known as mantle, that's about 5.5 to 6, you may say 5.5 or 5,500 kilogram per meter cube, and that means higher than this one. And if you go further down to internal part of a sphere or earth, that's about, you can say, about 8,000 kilogram per meter cube. So you can say that internal part within earth, that's called core. It's like, steel. We use steel, we use steel bars, we used heavy duty steels. That part of about 2,500 kilometer diameter in central portion core is steel, like steel, not saying steel, but like steel. And between these two core, and that is mantle between crust and core. This mantle is like that power which you say is very strong in actions, but rest also. And then you say crust, we know what crust is. We are using that material. We are taking all materials from crust for our construction and development. So this is little about Earth. And if you take 20 kilometer approximately about surface of Earth, that's called aerosphere, which contains all gases of environment or atmosphere, and whatever greenhouse effect has happening because of that. This was not greenhouse before, this was very good house, but we spoiled this, and so we are suffering. So this was, a little information given to you. If you want to watch videos of Earth, you can go to my video section and find Earth, and like this we say there is an Earth everywhere, and you can see these videos. Now coming back to other part of coming back to your soil part, as I was talking of, and we shifted to some other. Of course, I talked of geology, and this is very important one, geology, and we cannot run off from this. But engineers, I don't know why they are not interested to learn this subject. I don't know reason behind that, because this is very original subject, and until we understand, we cannot first understand world of your topic, world of your science. And geology is that, soil is that, soil is a further part of geology. Geology is, you can say, mother, soil is father. I mean, the soil is child, because we are not going to study our designs up to 6,000 per meter. Certainly, maybe up to 10-20 meters below only we can know if we construct a building. There's no need going down to that thousands of kilometers. And that is called soil engineering. And whatever I told you, that was rock engineering. Rock engineering is much more complex, because we do not know about that. But soil, we know little. You can say we know what is surface, what is soil, what is classification of soil, how soil behaves, how electrical current behaves on this, how heat energy behaves on this, how wind blows this, and like that we know. It's really interesting that we have to know this. It has to know this, what is saying now to spoil me. God message me. Thanks. Well, so soil now, for you soil is mitti, right? For you soil is mitti, but for me soil is not mitti. For me soil is diamond. For me soil is platinum. For me soil is life. For me, soil is development. Yes, it is true that we have to go back to soil, but we are living on soil also. Why to worry then? We were in soil before birth. That's also soil. And this is soil. And we will go in soil. So soil is everywhere. Soil is everywhere. Without soil, nothing happens. Because we are made of soil. If soil does not exist, we cannot live for that. There can be no life on earth. If soil does not exist, means nothing exists. This point is very important. We can't live in sea. We are not fish. We are not whales. We are human beings. So what? Why do we then consider soil is something indifferent? My body is made of soil. It's proven. It's proven fact. And we come out of a body which is a soil. Right? Why do shy about that? Every birth chamber is soil. Everybody has impact of soil. It may be blood, it may be flesh, it may be mind, it may be whatever part of body. Somewhere soil is involved. What do we eat is from soil. What we eat crops, we eat plants, we eat fruits. So we are eating soil indirectly. Indirect soil. You are not directly eating soil, but you are eating soil grown products. If there is only rock, you can't eat anything because nothing is available. So because of soil, we survive because of soil. You know, actually for me, soil is life. Some people hate soil sometimes. Here's a duster, broom it. Yes, you are right, you broom it. You are brooming it because it would come to your nose or it shall come to you somewhere else. You don't like it. For you, it is a foreign material or it's an impurity for you. But you forget that you are made of soil. That's why you like or don't like. I don't say you eat it. I'm not saying that. But I'm just trying to tell you something which you are not aware of. Soil is permanent. I am not permanent. Soil shall stay there even if I go. It shall stay there until earth stays there. It may move to skies 20 kilometers up due to dust or thunderstorm, but it would settle down and come back. It won't stay there and it won't go to space also. It may move in river water. It may be a part of sea. It may be part of dust in air, but it is somewhere there. So soil is very precious material. This material is origin of earth. This material means stones are there. This material means mountains are there. This material means everything is there. Just like body is made of electrons, protons and neutrons, but we don't understand how. This body is made of that. Yes, there's a finishing on that. We can't identify that. I I know without soil you cannot do anything. I want to remind you. I want to refresh you. That soil is that. Yes, you don't want dirt with you. I understand. But dirt shall remain there. It may harm you also. You have to take precautionary measures. You have to keep clean. Yes, that's right. But there are facts, these are facts that we are all dirt filled. We are all full of dirts. You like only finishing touch. We like only finishing touch of body because it's clean. We want to see beauty. We want to see cleanliness, fairness, a smooth face, a smooth body, well-built body. That's what we want to see. But that is only superficial. That is superficial. If you go a little down, you don't like it. You won't like it. Right? We don't like it because internally everything is, what I should say, internally everything is like that. Attraction is external, not internal. Strength is internal. Strength. Strength. Internal is strength, external is strength free. Finishing touch does not give any strength, but that is also required. I'm not saying don't make up yourself, don't shine yourself, but don't forget that there is something else also. That's what we do in construction work. That's where we do stand. There are 2 points, two levels of constructions. One is structural level and another is finishing on that. Structure is internal and finishing is external. External means which can be seen from inside and from outside. That is finishing. Decoration. You watch that when you visit some home, but you can't see structure behind. That is where difference lies. You can't understand structure. You can see only beauty, attraction, decoration. But you can't be sure of that because you find next year or after 2 years that beauty is dimmed, diminished, awkward looking. But structure doesn't say anything. It's still working all time. Your plaster, your paint may fall. You can do it again. This means this is not permanent. But until your structure is permanent, your building stays. Because structure works. Structure works. And when you use a house or a building, you use structure actually. You do not use finishes. This point is very important. Very important point. You should understand. Structure is for you a life partner. All ancient structures throughout the world were not constructed 2 years back. They were constructed hundreds and thousands years back. Still they work, though in different form. They survive. This means metal can survive. Material can survive, provided it is done with quality. Human life is limited, very limited. And in human life itself, there are many, many sections of life which are further limited. Childhood, infant's time, young time, you can say mature time, or you can say middle age, you may say, or little more than senior. Say there are so many sections and partitions in our life. And we think according to that because we have thinking capacity. But materials do not think that way. Material work and perform in combination with each other. No material performs independently. That is what a part of engineering. Every stage is different. Every activity is different. This point we have to understand. Activity is always different. Stage is always different. It's not same. It's different. Right? That's what I say. We have to be very, very careful in that. You cannot simply say something which you do not know. Engineering is a profession that requires input from every sector. If I make some structure, I have to make it in a professional way. I have to make sure that it shall be done according to what I think, and I have to make sure it has to be done. Because I am not making for myself. Even if at myself I won't risk anything. Because we are making it for unknown. We don't know who shall stay in those buildings. We are going to build. Who stays there, who doesn't stay there, we don't know. But somebody would be there. So I am responsible to that somebody whom I don't know shall be there. I am not responsible to current proprietor, to current owner of that. I am responsible for occupants who may not even be proprietors, they may be tenants, but they are human beings. My responsibility goes to them. I cannot do bad quality work. I should not. Otherwise, I play with my profession. And profession is my religion. My religion is not what people's religion is. My religion is service to God. And service to God means if you use natural materials which you cannot make yourself, those materials are gifted by nature, whatever material it is. That must be used properly, adequately, and satisfactorily. That is what it is about. And if I can't understand that, there is something wrong somewhere. Something is wrong somewhere. We must understand that. This is very serious proposition I am saying. Very serious. Material is not for abuse. It's not for abuse. It's for use. I cannot allow abuse. Use it. If you cannot use it rightly, way it is required to be used, you abuse it or you make it worse, then you cannot call yourself a professional engineer. It's your duty to use in the best possible manner. Whatever you use stone, you use cement, you use sand, aggregate, chemical, whatever. It should be done according to engineering world requirements. If you cannot do that, then there is no meaning that you are in profession. There is no meaning. I don't know reasons why quality is flopping. I don't know reasons for that. But it's fact. Quality is falling. That is real fact. My duty is as an engineer not to abuse natural resources. Natural resources are very limited. We should keep in mind. We should not imagine, oh, vast resources are available. No, no, no. We cannot say, yes, a common man may say vast resources because they don't know what is a resource. They don't know quantification of resource. Resources are never permanent. Never permanent. If there is oil product available in earth, this means that is also necessity. It's necessity for whom? Maybe for who converted their bodies into oil, fossil fuels. But what did we do? We spoiled everything. God has kept everything under balance. Mind it. God made complete balance, and which is difficult for us to understand exactly how balance will be maintained, but it is existing. You measure it or don't measure it, you understand it, don't understand it. Balance means equilibrium state of system works. And that's sort of planetary for all issues. It's very important point. Very serious point. How? Now life moves on and on. They think life moves on. Yes, life shall move on. But engineering stops. If quality is not achieved, engineering is destroyed. I simply say that. If quality cannot be achieved, we are destroying our life, our support system. If it can't be done. Quality is your responsibility, engineers. Again I am saying, it's none else's responsibility. It's your responsibility, my responsibility. We can't escape our responsibility. We cannot blame others. And that's where my concern is. Theory we understand. Applications we understand. Why don't we do that? When I talk of soil, means I have to go into again same topic. Whatever properties soil should have, whatever soil we have to handle, like sand, like clay, or like some other limestone, these are very expensive subjects. When soil, we say, soil is very simple to define many times mentioned. There is nothing to worry about that, nothing to worry. If we understand these soils, that this is non-moisture soil. We call soil like sand, like clay, or peat, or limestone. We, we may have seen many types of materials in our life, but we are not clear about them. We find soil books, we find many pages, 100, 200, 300. Various types of materials are available in our earth, and we have to use them in optimum way so that we good house as well as other than wealth. Is differently thinking means how you can think the different soils and different effects of that. We have already discussed those in last videos. This is what is soil, what is suitable people know what. Now we have to further move on to further discussions also. Just beating about on something doesn't mean anything. I discussed with soil last time and some properties of soil. Also, I discussed with from this book as well something, that is, we discussed compaction. Now, compaction is one part, and this further leads to consolidation. Compaction starts and goes to compaction, goes to consolidation, but not all for all. For particularly, it's very important for cohesive soils, and it is particularly, though it's important for other ones, but for particularly for compacted soils, it's very important, because we compact immediately and we find some density, and we say yes, because this is, the soil has resulted in 58% information. When we say compaction we have done, it's timely, it's immediate. Compaction we do and we get density, and we feel happy, we get density. But real compaction does not have any time. Compaction is simple mechanism of packing each particle of soil. This compaction process continues further. How? Because that compacted soil was used for action of further activities, further load on that soil. That load continues. It starts with foundation load, then columns load, then after beams load and slab loads. Like that, it keeps on going. When load goes on increasing on that soil, it's going further dense to some limit. Because cohesive soil has some limit. It can't take more than that. Means whatever you press this, it will rebound. But if it will cause the other soil, it will press that further and expel, water particles from pores. Air was already out or much reduced, and it is evaporate, and then may evaporate, may not, may a thermal energy in formation. Let me take some more lubrication for my throat. That's also important. So consolidation means a follow-up of compaction. A continuous follow-up. Compaction may take few days only, but continuously consolidation affects, and for years it goes on and on. Means water pores are relieved, water is trying to be discharged out, and air volumes were reduced before. If when water is discharged out and compacted in years together automatically, this solidifies your unit of soil further and further and further and further. This means there is a concentration of densification for decades to come. That's point of interest here. This densification augments itself, and there is a time comes in life when no further densification can happen. So consolidation we can define in a different approach now. That's what we have to see. So we say, let me see something about this and also answer some queries. Consolidation. Now let's move to some technical talks. Consolidation. We say soil mass. Soil mass consists of solids and voids. Soil mass. There may be air or water in void. If some compressive load is applied to soil mass, its volume decreases because of reduction in volume of void. This decrease in volume of soil mass is known as compression, and property of soil mass to decrease in volume under pressure is known as compressibility. So there is compression and compressibility. If soil mass is fully saturated, reduction in volume can take place only when water is expelled out. And and when a when a structure is built on soil mass, when a structure is built on soil mass, the structure exerts open and when a structure is built on soil mass, then structure exerts some pressure on soil mass. When a structure is built on soil mass, then the structure exerts some pressure on soil mass. A load of structure acts on soil mass continuously for a long time. When a structure is built on soil mass, then a structure exerts some pressure on soil mass. Load of structure acts on soil mass continuously for a long time. Due to this load, volume of voids in soil is reduced. This occurs due to expulsion of water from voids of soil mass. Thus, gradual compression of soil mass resulting from long-term static load such as structure, building or self-weight of soil is termed as consolidation. I will define gradual compression of soil mass resulting from some long-term static load such as structure, building or self-weight of soil is termed as consolidation. So it is consolidation. We repeat that, I think. Consolidation is that. Consolidation takes effect due to it affects due to, you can say, expulsion of water from pores of soil. Compaction is different from consolidation because it's done by mechanical means, and compaction takes effects due to expulsion of air from voids, air and water. So, what should I say? Now, let me repeat this. Let me repeat for reference again that what you can say. If soil mass is fully saturated, then reduction in volume can affect only when water is expelled out. When a structure is built on soil mass, load of structure acts on soil mass continuously for long time. Due to this, volume of voids in soil is reduced. This occurs due to expulsion of water. This occurs due to expulsion of water from voids of soil mass. Thus, gradual compression of soil mass resulting from long-term static load such as structure, building or self-weight of soil is termed as consolidation. Because it's done by mechanical means, compaction is different from consolidation because it's done by mechanical means, and complete compaction takes effect due to expansion of air from voids. So this is definition of consolidation, and that's very important. Consolidation is very important, Consolidation. Yes, consolidation is that. Solid, solidify, solidify, further solidify, further solidify is consolidation. Pack, 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 further pack is compaction. That is a package, packet, and solid, further solid, further solids. This is difference. Language of word. Article meaning itself says that. Now it says mechanical analogy for phenomenon of consolidation. Mechanical analogy. What is mechanical analogy? Right. You may be feeling I'm now sorry, I didn't close this file. I should have closed it earlier. I forgot. This is a safety file, so I close it now. Why to keep it unnecessarily? This also, I think this is also over, so I keep it also closed. So load on, this is down, and I'll down now. I'll keep down my battery also now. It's about, so I can keep for half an hour down. Wait now. Consolidation. Mechanics of consolidation. Mechanics of consolidation was demonstrated by Carl Tarjagi. Tarjagi, who is called father of soil mechanics. Analogy is termed as piston and spring analogy. Piston and spring. Now this shows a spring whose original height is 30 centimeters. Original height is 30 centimeters. A weight of 20 kg is placed over this spring, and the spring gets compressed. Let's height be 20 centimeter. Now assume that same spring has been placed in a cylinder filled with water and fitted at top with frictionless water tight piston with a valve. Load of 20 kg is placed on top of piston. As long as valve remains closed, the spring will not compress because water is incompressible. Because water is incompressible. Height of the spring will continue to be 30 centimeter. But lead load of 20 kg will cause an increase in pressure of water. This increased pressure is termed as hydrostatic axis pressure. Hydrostatic axis pressure. Actually, hydrostatic axis pressure is increase in pore water. Actually, hydrostatic axis pressure is increase in pore water. Pressure in actual situation. Hydrostatic excess pressure is increasing for water pressure in actual situation. Sorry. Hydrostatic excess pressure is maximum at a time when foundation load is applied. It slowly decreases to zero as consolidation progresses to completion. Now let's see further. If valve is opened, then immediately water shall come out under influence of hydrostatic excess pressure. Due to this, spring shall begin to compress and applied load shall be slowly transferred from water in cylinder to spring. Compression of transformed water to cylinder to spring. Compression of spring will result in shortening of height rate at which water will get out will depend on size of spring opening of well or on coefficient of permeability of soil in actual structure. Here it says that here's figure 1 I will show now 30 centimeter hydro spring. In another one there is 20 centimeter, and this C is that this is a piston here and this is outdoor cylinder and this is spring. This is valve now. This is closed valve and this load is 20. Let's open. This water come out and here this goes down and so this is a figure here. Just like to show you what is given in this book. There's a warning to case. There's a spring, there's loaded one, unloaded one, right? And there is another one and then there's another one. Just like that. Now we'll go further study this. Finally, what says hydrostatic excess pressure shall be completely dissipated, water cease to flow out, and all applied pressure be carried by spring in same way as before. Compression of spring be complete and its height become 20 centimeter. So consolidation is now 100% under applied load of 20 kilogram and will now be further entitled. for settlement. In not, no further settlement. In mechanical analogy method, a spring represents compressible soil, the skeleton of a mass of saturated. In mechanical analogy method, a spring represents compressible soil, a skeleton of mass of saturated soil, and water represents water in voids of soil. Value of analogous to permeability and compressibility of spring to compressibility of soil. Alright, so let's say again. In mechanical analogy method, a spring represents compressible soil, skeleton of a mass of saturated soil, and water represents pores, represents water in voids or in pores. Values analogous to permeability and compressibility of spring to compressibility of soil. Same, the more compressible soil is, longer time required for consolidation, but more permeability may spend soil. Now, you say one important detail in which mechanical analogy fails to agree with consolidation in a soil is pressure condition are same throughout height of cylinder, whereas consolidation in a soil begins at top and bottom surfaces and slowly progresses inwards. Means important detail in which mechanical analogy fails to agree with consolidation in soil is that pressure condition are same throughout height of cylinder, whereas consolidation as the soil begin at top and bottom surfaces and slowly progresses inwards. We put on this fan for 5 minutes and start at the fan. Idealized void ratio pressure curve. Then determination of consolidation. So let's move now like this, and it is idealized void soil pressure curve. If a soil sample is compressed, in a consolidometer, which is literally confined. Consolidation of soil sample effects. Under vertical pressure, water is expelled out due to increase in pressure, and therefore void ratio of soil sample decreases if amount of pressure is increased. These will be more expulsion. That there should be more expulsion of water from pores of soil mass, and void ratio will decrease. Thus, with increase in pressure, there shall be reduction in void ratio. Right? More and more pressure means reduction in volume of voids. Water is being out, air is already out. So we are reducing pores, means volume of pore is further decreased due to increase in pressure. Take up now further on this. It says that relationship between pressure and void ratio. Relationship between pressure and void ratio. Pressure has been plotted on x-axis and void ratio on y-axis. Void ratio being plotted on descending scale, because void ratio decreases with increase in pressure. It's obvious from nature of current, nature of this. What this means? Who is this boy? Means void ratios have been plotted on descending scale because void ratio decreases with increase in pressure. It's obvious from nature of curve that void ratio decreases at a relatively rapid rate of early stage of loading, but rate of decrease diminishes as pressure increases at later stage. That case, it's obvious from nature of curve that void ratio decreases at a relatively rapid rate in early stage of loading, but rate of decrease diminishes as pressure increases. Per curve then, curve then we can say that's the obtained is logarithmic in character. Y ratio decreases in proportion to logarithm of pressure. As empirical an empirical equation for curve is suggested or followed. How is that equation? Empirical is no derivation there. E is Y ratio at pressure P equal E naught, which is known Y ratio at present P naught. So E is equal to E naught, that's known as Y ratio at pressure P naught, minus C is compression index, into log to base 10 P over P4. Is apply this. So this is an equation E equal to E naught minus C log to base 10 P over P naught. E is equal to Y ratio at pressure P is equal to any applied pressure, E naught is equal to the known Y ratio at pressure P naught, and C is equal to compression index. If Y ratio at pressure Y ratio E naught at pressure P naught and if value of C is known, value of Y ratio E at whatever other pressure P can be determined by above equation. Okay. Now I'll show you this equation first. This is idealized Y ratio curve. This is important one from understanding viewpoint. And this is idealized curve. Now we move further. It has been shown that loading of soil starts at point A and continues up to point B after load is removed as soil now is not elastic, soil is not elastic, so it will not return to same soil pressure which it had originally. It will expand to some Y ratio which is considerably less than initial value, and difference between two Y ratios represents permanent compression. Unloading curve is represented to be CD. Preceding, and this curve is also logarithmic in nature and can be represented following equation, and that's E is equal to E naught minus C log P2. C is expansion index of soil. If soil is reloaded, a reloading curve DEK B less than DEK will be obtained. Reloading curve is closely follows unloading curve. I will usually be little above. So you can say reloading curve closely follow unloading curve and usually lie little above it. Void ratio at K shall be less than void ratio at B. Even if pressure is same on further pressure incremental curve Kf Alright, now what say on further pressure? So it's a void ratio K be less than void ratio B. And it's obtained, Kf is obtained, which is extension of initial void ratio pressure curve. Initial curve on either side of point of unloading and reloading is called virgin curve. Okay, then now come on. Next is that on further pressure increase, the curve is obtained, which is the extension of initial void ratio pressure curve, and either side of point of unloading and reloading is called virgin curve. Initial curve on either side of point of unloading called virgin curve. If pressure void ratio curve is plotted on semi-logarithmic graph, data with pressure P as abscissa on log scale and paper with pressure P as abscissa and log scale and void ratio as ordinate on an arithmetic scale, version of unloading curve becomes straight line when equation. So a straight line gives value of C as expansion index. Its compression ratio, its compression index, C says says slope of a straight line is value of C, CV, that's compression index. Let me show you this curve first. And then I'm going to show you another curve. That's also, but this lock is, so this is here B, this is precondition load. So this is B, C, D. I'll read about this curve. You can see curve first. Okay. That to put off about my this battery for half an hour, so that battery may take some rest. I'll put it on again. Battery should also rest. It's there. Soil, as I'm discussing, I'll discuss this now, no problem. Let us wait for some time, because everything cannot be discussed in one go. We have to understand also what we are talking of, and urgency does not make everything good. I always talk sometimes about quality. Yesterday also we talked. And I know that simply talking will not help. I know that. But I have no other way out. Really, no other way out. No way out at all about that. Because quality is quality, that's it. If somebody doesn't want to accept, there is no way out. I put this off now. I think this is very cold. If somebody denies this fact, no problem, some quality is out, no problem. That is nonsense. I can simply say nonsense, nothing else. One should not say that this is out, that is out, because required is required. We may not say no. Required is required. I remember that sometimes I discuss some part of concrete. So I am trying to find that a very interesting part. Or I don't know which file it was, but it was something in concrete somewhere. I'm trying to locate that. Let me see first. PDF, if I can get directly from PDF. Maybe not. This is SR Geotechnical and Regulation. This is code name FX SPT. Well, I think it's not there. Let me see. Let me open home and see if it's possible. I try to find this Qatar concrete file, which is actually an important one for me. If I say open this, open. This is names, effects of SPT. Model night, thermal side, thermal style resistivity. This is effects between stone column, water stone columns, limestone, soil modification, lime and cement, liquid soil mixing, contour shaping, effects of granulated glass from cement, engineering geotechnical Qatar's section 1 now hybrid 5, section 1 now hybrid 10. Qatar section 5. Okay, I have to do that. Qatar section 5. Alright, I got this file, so it's okay, means I got this file, so I can close this one, and this file is with me. This is something, this file I was looking for, section 5, and this in which is this is in which directory, let me see it, Europe course, okay, it's Europe course file. Now this file which I am going to talk to you is very important from quality viewpoint. I keep just now aside this book, and I talked before also, but sometimes people take it very lightly. Now this specifications which I am talking is general concrete. This is called general concrete, and this specification is from Qatar, that is QCS 2014, Qatar Civil Specifications 2014, and this is regarding section 5 of that, section 05, and concrete. This is concrete. It's very important one. I discussed a lot this before, but I think same way it erodes from minds of people, and it is it's very long document. In fact, it's let's say I just repeat. It's section 05, and this is section 1 is general, and which is for scope of this specification. And this includes requirements for concrete works for pipeline, roadworks, runways, structures, water retaining structures, foundations, and bases for structural and equipment. Now in this, then there is a part 2 that is for aggregate. There's a part 3 that's for cementitious materials. There's part 3 water, part 5 admixtures, part 6 property requirements, part 7 concrete plants, part 8 transportation and placing of concrete, and part 9 is formwork, part 10 is curing, part 11 is construction joints, part 13 is inspection and testing of hardened concrete, and then 14 is protective coatings to concrete, and then hot weather concrete, and miscellaneous precast concrete, pre-stress concrete, water retaining structures. So I just move in this specification. I will move forward and see what I am going to discuss with you. That's very important point regarding concrete pouring, because important is quality of concrete. Concrete is major materials that is used on works, and particularly cast in situ concrete material. I already discussed with you, that's repetitive portion. That's very important one. How we have to test concrete. Says, first of all, let us say there's a point here, quality and testing. That's a point here on this, in this section 5 of concrete. Quality and testing, that's you can say part of quality. And then sampling is there before that, and then source approval is there. So I'm not going into that. I am going into this quality and testing for refresher. Quality and testing. Now, aggregates shall consist of tough, hard, durable, and uncoated particles containing no harmful material in quantities sufficient to adversely affect concrete or reinforcing steel, and contain no material likely to cause staining or otherwise disfigure contractor shall avoid. Alright, so we say aggregate shall consist of tough, hard, durable, and uncoated particles containing no harmful material in quantities sufficient to adversely affect concrete or reinforcing steel, and contain no materials likely likely to cause staining or otherwise disfigure concrete surface. Aggregate shall be obtained from a source approved. Aggregate shall meet requirements of table. Leave them aside. I don't need that now. Contract shall provide all that are. Then you can say contract shall provide all data and supply of aggregate shall be carried out. Okay. Free aggregate. Fine aggregate shall be natural sand or manufactured crushed rock sand, crushed rock sand shall be directly produced. Now, I see beach sand shall not be permitted for use in concrete bags. Beach sand. Use of clean dune sand blended with coarser sand. Use of clean dune sand blended with coarser sand may be permitted provided can be shown that sand is free from contaminants. Use of local dune sand shall be pre-approved by Ministry of Environment. Samples of aggregate shall be taken in accordance with requirements of Table 1. Now, says that sample of aggregate shall be taken in accordance with requirements of Table 1.1. Frequency of routine testing shall meet requirements as listed in seconds. Mineralogical tests. Wait a minute. Frequency of routine testing shall meet requirements listed in section 2. Frequency of testing may be increased by engineer's request. If testing results show inconsistency, and frequency may be reduced if approved by engineer. Then you can say that mineralogical tests are to be carried out per instructions by engineer. No aggregate deliveries be made to site until engineers approved samples complying with specifications. Storage. Storage is also a very big part of quality. Storage of what? Storage of, let's put a light off also. Yes. Storage at contractor's plant. So aggregate shall be stored as follows. Each nominal size of coarse aggregate and fine aggregate shall be kept separated and clearly labeled at all times. Height of stockpiles shall be controlled to prevent harmful segregation and breakage of aggregate. Stockpiles shall be on hard and grain surface with not more than 5% slope. Contamination of aggregate by ground or other foreign material shall be effectively prevented at all times. Then, contamination of aggregate by ground or other foreign matter shall be effectively prevented all times. Each heap of aggregate be capable of draining freely. Stockpiles shall be protected from direct sunlight. Unloading of aggregate shall be controlled to prevent harmful segregation. Then you can say unloading of aggregate shall be controlled to prevent harmful aggregate and breakage. And contractor shall maintain stockpiles of coarse aggregates and in separate gradings and at construction site. Preparation, location and size of stockpiles shall be approved by engineer. Now is a table which gives limits for physical, chemical and mechanical properties of aggregates for nominal concrete. This is also very important. This actually paper I am trying to revise to you. I shall put this on share also after some time, but just because it came to my mind to have a review of this again, because concrete is very important material and we cannot just forget it, We cannot just forget it. So let's see how it works. Put some more water. This is still 7 forward. This table which says limits of physical, chemical, mechanical properties of aggregates in normal concrete. Grading 9331 BSEN. It says fines standard, coarse standard. Natural materials finer than 0.063 mm. Natural materials finer than 0.063 mm. BSEN says 93.1. According to that, fines 3% maximum and coarse 2% maximum. Crushed rock materials finer than 0.063, fines 7% maximum and coarse 2% maximum. Fines quality. The structural concrete, and that is sand equivalent percentages. Fines quality. According to BSEN 9338, this is 60% minimum. 60% minimum. That's that 2. Let me see what is 2. Two says if sand equivalent value is less than 60% and greater than or equal to 50%, sand shall be consolidated, not harmfully. So it says that in number 2, if sand equivalent value is less than 60% and greater than or equal to 50%, sand shall be considered non-harmful and is accepted provided that methylene blue value is less than or equal to 1.0 gram per kilogram. So this is that. So now sand equivalent value. So this is 60% minimum. B is non-structural concrete, methylene blue, adsorption value 0.2 mm, 9339, and that's 1 gram per kilogram. 1 gram per kilogram maximum. So clay lumps and friable structures, friable particles, clay lumps, friable particles. C142, that is 2% maximum, 2% maximum. According to what? According to Hine and Course. Lightweight pieces. So this is now lightweight pieces. C123 is American one. I think it is American, which one? Yes, this ASTM. C123, 0.5% maximum and 0.5% maximum in both cases of PI fines and coarse. And this is the previous was clay lump sum and friable particles. C142, 2% maximum and 2% maximum, both fine and coarse. Now, water absorption, saturated surface, dry. 1097.6 BS, this is BSEN, this is 2.3% maximum and 2% maximum. particle course and for normal weight concrete. Particle density for normal weight concrete. After that, water absorption, you have seen 2.3 maximum to 2 maximum. Particle density for normal weight concrete 10976 BSEN. This 2 mm, 2 minimum and 2 minimum. Shell content, shell BSEN 9337, and this is 3% maximum and 3% maximum for both. And this is shell content and flakiness index. This is 933. 3, this is 35%. I think it's increased now. Previously it was 25%. When I was here, I was 35%. Okay, fine. Then it is flakiness index. That flakiness index. This is used for aggregates, elongation check. Yes. Then we go to acid soluble chlorides, which is 1744-5 EUBS, and this is not given. This is given on asphalt solids as reinforced and mass concrete. Acid soluble chlorides is 0.06 percentages. Then you go to reinforced and mass concrete is this, and pre-stressed concrete and steam cured structural concrete, in which acid soluble chloride says 0.01 percentage. And then there is acid soluble solution sulfate, acid soluble sulfate. Acid soluble sulfate, and that is BSEN 17441. Fine is 0.4% maximum and 0.3% maximum. Soundness by magnesium sulfate. And this says, let's say acid soluble sulfates BS 17441, fines 0.4 and coarse 0.3, maximum of soundness and magnesium sulfate. That's 5. This is soundness and that. Then you see acid soluble, I told you, soundness by magnesium sulfate, 5 cycles, BSEN 13672, 15% maximum, 15% maximum for fine and coarse. Resistance to fragmentation, Los Angeles. Practically speaking, now, practically speaking, I'm just trying to tell you something very technical, and but I know this will won't be followed up. So resistance to fragmentation is Los Angeles aberration is 1097 to 2, and that's 30% maximum case of pores, and drying sealing case is 13674, 0.075% maximum, and potential reactivity, that is 6 below. And what this note says, let's see. This note says potential in this case is alkali, and alkali aggregate reactivity shall be assessed at source in accordance with BS2061. B261, and you see what the position. Oh my God. So it says alkali aggregate reactivity shall be assessed at source in accordance with BS2061 and BS8500. Certification shall be obtained. 85002 certification shall be obtained from aggregate source indicating absence of derivations, absence of deleterious expansion of concrete due to alkali aggregate reactivity. So let's read these notes first. That's in the one given this about far about our tabulation, and these notes are that use of BSEN or relevant GSO standard if sand equivalent value is less than 60% and greater than equal to 50%, sand shall be considered non-harmful and is accepted provided that methylene blue value is less than or equivalent to 1 gram per kilogram. Then we go to, says that Not required when fines contents in fine aggregate or in all aggregate is 3% or less. That means this equivalent value is not necessary. Means organic impurities use of fine aggregate failing in test is not prohibited provided that discoloration is due principally to presence of small quantities of coal, lignite or similar discrete particles. When tested for effect of organic impurities or strength of mortar, relative strength at 7 days calculated in accordance with ESTM 687 is not less than 95%. If chloride contents higher than 0.01%, following steps may be taken. A. Aggregate may be washed by suitable water before mixing to lower chlorides content to specified value of 0.01%. If washing process does not reduce chloride content, and then if washing process does not reduce chloride content to required value, acid soluble chloride content in concrete ingredients, sum of contributions from constituent materials shall be tested as mentioned in BS 8500 part 6 paragraphs. And then you can say, if washing process does not reduce chloride content to required value, then acid soluble chloride content in concrete ingredients, sum of contributions from constituent materials shall be tested as mentioned in BS 85002. Allowable acid soluble chloride content limit shall exceed value given in section 5 para 653, and alkali aggregate reactivity shall be assessed. And then you can say here, what I say, this is fine aggregate for concrete and mortar. Now we do that one. Fine aggregate for concrete and mortar. This is very boring actually, but better we do it. For sake of understanding, we have to do it. It's better. Because if we know it, means we can solve many problems of quality. If we can do this, it's very, very important from that viewpoint. It's no problem, take some time or feel lazy in that, no problem, we will feel lazy. So actually my purpose was about something important regarding concrete pouring, and I'm going to that one. So fine aggregate for concrete and mortar. Fine aggregate consists of natural clean sand, stone screenings, or a combination, and can be produced from natural disintegration of rock or gravel and or by crushing of rock or gravel or processing of manufactured aggregate or artificial and conferring conferring to requirements of its physical and chemical properties, complying with Table 2.1 and subject to engineers' acceptance. Crushed fine aggregate may not crushed fine aggregate may be blended with local washed sand. Washed sand that final aggregate complies with requirement of Table 2.1. Gradation of fine aggregate for concrete and mortar shall be in accordance with grading designations in BSEN 12620 with BSP P6682, EN 13139, EN 9981, EN 9982 are relevant Act and relevant ACI and ACM standards and codes of practice and subject to engineers acceptance. Each batch of aggregate delivered to site shall be kept separate from previous batches and shall be stored, be allowed for inspection and test to be carried out. Back to position. This is, I have to put it on now. 1 hour 5 minutes. So I put it on. Okay, I put it on. We say then this each batch of aggregates shall be delivered to site and kept separate from previous batches and stored to allow for inspection and tests to be carried out. Local natural sand be mechanically washed to remove salts and other impurities in order to meet specified requirements. Storage area for clean washed sand shall be shaded from direct rays of sun and be screened for protection from dust. Then you can say local natural sand shall be mechanically washed to remove salts and other impurities in order to meet specified requirements. Storage area for clean washed sand shall be shaded from direct rays of sun and screened for protection from dust. Area in neighborhood of stockpile mixing plants shall be watered as necessary to reduce rising of dust. Uses of dune sand shall be accepted as governed by regulation of Qatar Ministry of Environment and shall be not used for any reinforced concrete, used only for blocks, block mortar, plasters, soil cement, shotcrete and insulating concrete. Coarse aggregate for concrete. Coarse aggregate for concrete. Coarse aggregate for concrete. before course of I was interested in washing of process, lightweight aggregate courses, cycle aggregate. I was interested in something in concrete, that was cementitious materials, source of approvals, quality and testing, steel storage, and that is here, water, quality of water, concrete and mixtures. Where is that part actually? I was interested in. That's I want to have. Property requirement. Property requirement, and that's not my point actually. Something else. I'm finding this is gone, yeah. Designs of concrete mixes. Yeah, why to design it here, not special design. This is going very long one. I think I should fast. Just scan it like this. Yes. Probably still probably I get mask. Still is probably requirement. I move fast. Okay. Still probably requirement. Concrete plants. Concrete plants. Ready mix concrete. Ready mix concrete. Concrete plant inspection. Then this transportation, placing of lats. So this now, lats. This is better. I think this should be better. I just meanwhile I like to talk about this more important something else. There's something important here, and pumped concrete, placing concrete, and preparation. There's a formula. No, I'm not interested in formula. I'm interested in transportation and placing concrete. This is more important. Just one information. I try to get it later on. I'll share this document with you guys. Some information here. Transportation of concrete. Now, first of all, method statement shall be submitted. Method statement shall be submitted for approval for major concrete placements, which goes on, which is planned rate of placing and number of batching plants, number of trucks, number and positioning of pumps, pour sequence, quality control measures, spare equipment. So it says that planned rate of placing, number of batching plants, number of trucks, positions of pump, pour sequence, and quality control measures, spare equipment, any other factors that might affect placing of concrete. Method statement should be submitted at least 3 days in advance of planned pour if required by engineer or other concerned party. Pre-pour planning meeting may be arranged with representatives from ready-mix support supplier, contractor and engineer. Contract shall submit to engineer for approval details of proposals or proposed grounds, reports, operations and standby equipment. Then transportation channel is transportation, delivery and handling shall be in accordance with requirements of BS 8500 and BS EN 2061. Transportation. Okay, transportation, I say, concrete shall be conveyed from my mouse is a difficulty for me. Yes, concrete shall be conveyed from mixer to its place in works as rapidly as possible by methods which will prevent segregation or drying out and ensure that concrete is of required workability at point and time of placing. Should segregate occur, should segregation occur in concrete, then material shall be remixed to satisfaction of engineer or discarded. Furthermore, cause of segregation to be determined and further occurrences prevented. Contracts will ensure that time between placing of different lifts or layers of concrete is short enough to prevent formation of cold joints. Contractor shall ensure that time between placing of different lifts or layers of concrete is short enough to prevent formation of cold joints. Contractor shall ensure that there is a backup plant that can be used in event of a breakthrough. Alright, then we go further that the cold joint issues there. Contractor shall ensure that there is a backup plant that can be used in the event of breakdown and that adequate provision has been made for a number of delivery trucks. Concrete shall be transferred to the site in approved type of truck, mixer or agitator truck, which apart from cab and chassis shall be painted white and kept clean all times. Discharge chute and other dirty areas be washed down after delivery to prevent spillage on road. A truck mixer or a truck body with an agitator is used for central mixing concrete. Limit volume of concrete charged into truck to 80% of drum or truck volume per ASTM C94 and NRMCA requirements. If shrink mixing is approved by engineer, limit volume of concrete charged into truck to 63% of drum volume. All trucks shall be rotated 30 revolutions at mixing speed. At mixing speed before discharging concrete to SUVs. All trucks shall be rotated 30 revolutions at mixing speed before discharging concrete to uniformity. Incidents inside concrete mix trucks shall be inspected periodically, and whatever build-up of concrete removed that may impair efficiency of mixing. Then inside of concrete mix shall be inspected, okay, that's okay. Then discharge of concrete shall be completed within 90 minutes or before drum has revolved 300 evolutions. This is very important point. 300 evolutions or 90 minutes, whichever comes first. After introduction of mixing water to cement and aggregates, or introduction of cement to aggregate. These limitations are permitted to be waived by purchaser if concrete is then can say after introduction of mixing water to cement of this kind, these limitations are permitted to be waived by purchaser if concrete is of such slump or slump flow after 90 minutes time or 300 revolutions per minute has been reached that it can be placed without addition of water, to which to batch in hot weather under then you can say it is without its water batch. It says these limitations were permitted to be waived by purchaser if concrete is of such slump or slump flow after 90 minutes or 300 revolutions limit has been reached that it can be placed without addition of water to batch in hot weather or under conditions contributing to quick stiffening of concrete. A time less than 90 minutes is permitted to be specified by engineer. Pumped concrete. Access for pump shall be checked prior to pump. If access cannot be assured, contractor shall not continue with concrete operation. If approval is obtained for pump concrete, contractor shall ensure that shock is not transferred from pipeline to formwork. Then you say pumped concrete, then after that, if approval is obtained for pumped concrete, contractor shall ensure that shock is not transferred from pipeline to formwork and previously laid concrete. During placing concrete by pumping, end hose must never reach into concrete. All measures shall be taken to avoid blockage of delivery hose system. Compaction of concrete shall be carried out per standard practice procedures. Grout shall be pumped through concrete pump. Grout shall be pumped through concrete pump to provide initial lubrication. Initial discharge of any pumped concrete shall not be incorporated in permanent works. Where concrete is conveyed by chute or pumping plant shall be of a size and designed to ensure continuous flow of chute or pipe. Slope of chute or pressure of the now where concrete is conveyed by shooting or pumping plant shall be of size and design ensure continuous flow of chute or pipe. Slope of chute or pressure of pump shall allow concrete to flow without use of any water addition to that approved by engineer to produce required consistency and without segregation of ingredients. Delivery end of chute or pipe shall be thoroughly flushed. The slope of chute or pressure of pump shall allow concrete to flow without use of water addition to that approved by engineer to produce required consistency and without segregation of ingredients. Delivery end of chute or pipe shall be thoroughly flushed with water before and after each working period and kept clean. Water used for this purpose shall be discharged outside and away from permanent works. Records. Within 24 hours of delivery, contractor shall provide engineer with delivery notes giving information required under paragraph 7415 section. Placing concrete shall be placing concrete. Contractor shall obtain approval of engineer to propose arrangements before beginning concrete. All placing and compacting of concrete shall be carried out under direct supervision of competent member of contractor's staff with a minimum of 5 years of experience in concreting works and in manner to produce a watertight concrete of maximum density and strength. For night concreting operations, the contractor shall arrange adequate suitable lighting. Contractor shall provide safe, secure access for all personnel in concreting operations. Now say contractor shall provide safe access, secure access to all personnel for all personnel concrete operations where thickness of concrete section exceeds 600 mm. Contractor shall adopt special precautions to be approved to avoid thermal cracking due to external and core temperature difference. Alright, and we say it's only a few minutes more, I think. So we have to close also, where thickness of concrete is fine, then concrete shall not be placed in adverse weather conditions such as dust storms or heavy rain. Preparation. No concrete shall be placed without no plans placed until engineer has approved or inspected and approved in writing surface upon which concrete should be placed, formwork and reinforcing steel. Contractor shall give engineers 24 hours notice to enable this inspection to be carried out if concrete is not placed within 24 hours of approval. Being given approval shall 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 be obtained again before concreting. An inspection shall be made immediately prior to concreting to check cleanliness of forms. Wood forms, unless lined, shall be oiled or wetted with water in advance of placing concrete so that joints will tighten and prevent seepage of cement grout from mix. Reinforcement shall be sprayed with a small amount of water prior to starting pour. Reinforcement shall be secured in position, inspected and accepted by engineer before placing concrete. Inserts, anchors, bolts, sleeves and other embedded items shall be accurately located using templates where okay, now wood forms are fine, reinforcements fine, inserts okay, and other inserts such anchor bolts, sleeves and other embedded items shall be accurately located using templates where appropriate and held securely to prevent displacement during placing of concrete. Aluminium items shall be completely covered and protected when embedded in concrete. Except where shown on drawings, no fixtures shall be attached to concrete by short fixing or drilling without acceptance by engineer. Notwithstanding any such authorization, contractor shall be responsible for all damages so caused to concrete and make good at his own expense. Water shall be removed from excavations before concrete is deposited. Flow of water shall be diverted through proper side drains and shall be removed without washing. Now, this is that all the watering work shall be continued as long as required. Hardened concrete debris and foreign materials shall be removed from interior of forms and from inner surfaces of mixing and convening equipment. Runways or other means accepted by engineer shall be provided for wheeled equipment to convey concrete to point of deposit. Equipment used to deposit concrete shall not be wheeled or reinforcement, nor shall run over by supported on steel. So it says then before depositing new concrete on against concrete that has set, existing surfaces shall be thoroughly roughened and and cleaned of latent foreign matter and loose particles. Forms shall be retightened and existing surfaces slushed with a grout coat of mortar consisting of cement and fine aggregate in same proportion in mix but not leaner than 1 part cement to 2 part fine aggregate after existing surface has been moistened. New concrete shall be placed before grout as attained initial set. Horizontal construction joint shall be given a brush coat of grout consisting of and cement and sand. Consist of cement and fine aggregate in same proportion as concrete to be placed followed by approximately 75 mm of concrete of regular mix except that proportion of coarse aggregate shall be reduced 50%. High strength grout for precision, support of machine base and sole plates including equipment subject to thermal movement, tanks, columns, base plates, bridge seats, anchor bolts and towers. And you can say high strength grout for precision support of machine base and sole plates including equipment shall be subject to thermal movement, tanks, columns, base plates, bridge seats, anchor bolts and dowels such shall be non-shrink ready to use fluid precision grout material proportion premixed and packaged factory delivered to job site to be placed with only addition of water. Now, this is placing, I think, let me see how much time we have. Well, I don't think we have a lot of time, so my purpose was to just let you apprise about some important points of concrete. We will continue that indeed, but concrete placing is very important. Concrete acceptance is very important. It's very carefree. We should be careful. That's important here. Yeah, we have to take care of that. It's very important because designs done are realized only when good work is done on site, good placement of fixing and placement of reinforcing bars, as well as good transport and placement of concrete, RMC. Otherwise, if it is defective, no use of design cannot be realized and which cannot be done properly, because everybody who understands engineering knows this very well. You know that if you know it or you want to do that. It's not simply saying that we have done it, it's over, but no, we have not done it. It's not easy to say we have done it, and there's a placing, they are placing, and then you have many considerations during placing, and then they will compact that, they are very compact, continuity of concrete work that there is, and therefore after that we'll see something else also. This I will later on take this, I'll just, because placing is very important, later on I take this whole your file into screen share so that you can yourself study that if you wish. Otherwise I'm just trying to advise, means concrete placement is very significant from every point of view. We have to take very seriously this issue. It's not that it's nowhere. It's very important, and we must be very careful about that. That point is very important, and I should say that if we can do that, means we can do something like that. It's good. Means we can, of course, we can we can move forward, declaring that quality is being achieved, though sometimes it's not achieved. False declarations are made, which is not good practice in profession. Concrete is very expensive and a standard material. It's life of building or life of structure. If concrete is not duly placed, duly produced according to requirement, I can say you lose durability and you lose probably structure of concrete itself if not properly cared for. Therefore, it's very serious matter in civil engineering, and particularly, I'm not saying all projects are not done, but what I seeing is particularly engineers here in and that serious as should be. Though no reason behind that, but reason is only carelessness or ignorance or just take it easy, means let it go on or let it move as it is. What can I do? All are like that. Means these are no explanations, not at all. These explanations are not acceptable at any cost. Whatever you say, these are not at all acceptable. Concrete is concrete. It's a composite material. It's made of natural materials which are very responsible and costly, because crushing is applied, blasting is applied, materials are produced and they are sold in market and they are adopted so many processing things in that this come to some factory or industry or it comes to you. It should work accordingly, and if it does not work according to requirement, then we say so. Concrete is not an easygoing material that every inexperienced engineer can do it. Whosoever supervisor be there or foreman be there or engineer be there, on front it's a fighting, it's a war with concrete. We have to take care of concrete at personal level, because every point, every batch, every bucket requires attention, and sometimes ignorance leads to many lapses like void formation in concrete, honeycombing. People keep talking and they forget that we are still not 5 to 10 minutes with this means there are some loose from our ends, we hand over to someone else our controls, and results are very dangerous. If there is void, for example, you pour a batch and concrete troughs is working, it's gone. It takes either taxi some time, and meanwhile your workers sit down and forget even to vibrate that. There should be supervisor available to vibrate it or ask them to vibrate it. Otherwise both fall apart. So that concrete shall become useless, and that portion shall affect all that portion of concrete. So our attention was that we have to learn, though we know that, but we have to refreshing is very important for particularly concreting. Design is okay, but execution or prosecution of that design is very much important, much more important than you know what caliber design has applied. That caliber must be made super caliber when working is excellent, when attention free working is not available, attention full working is available. People should be very serious as far as concreting is concerned. Supervisor, engineer, foreman, all should be serious, and also designers should take some interest in that, at least to remind them all time this is required, this is required, and this is required. That's very important. And with this, I just like to close it now because it's now already past time. So thank you very much, dear friends. I close it now with this. Thanks a lot indeed.